Chapter 146. Initially, Timur saw that there were too many supplies and suggested to load some of the spoils of war onto the ships and ship them back to Crotone in advance. Melanchus refused. His reason was that Castellan and Cremissa had joined the Crotone alliance for the first time. We needed to show them the results of the conquest of Turin and the serious consequences of going against Crotone. In fact, he had another reason in his mind that he did not say it out loud. He was afraid that the supplies that were shipped back would be divided up by the people in the city hall. Then, his share of the wealth would be much smaller. As for why he did not burn the pontoon bridge, the Devers' worries were completely unnecessary. Melanchus did not take Amendalar seriously at all. He believed that with the destruction of Turin, the northern part of Greater Greece no longer had any power that could threaten Crotone. He kept the pontoon bridge for the convenience of the Crotones' migration to Sabari. The Crotones' march was more than 10 miles long. Most of them were loaded wagons, so the march was extremely slow. By dusk, the vanguard had just arrived at the city of Castellan. The people of Castellan were indeed afraid. Chief General Amicals led the city's higher-ups with smiles on their faces. They opened the city to welcome the victorious Melanchus and held a grand victory feast for him. At the same time, they invited the generals of Crotone. At the same time, they tactfully told Melanchus that the city of Castellan was too small to accommodate such a large army. Moreover, with so many supplies in the city, it would not be good if they were lost and there was a conflict. They also said that the city of Castellan had prepared a large amount of wine and food for the soldiers of Crotone to celebrate their victory and make up for Castellan's inability to let them into the city. Melanchus was not a man who could think for the soldiers. Seeing that the people of Castellan were so thoughtful, he readily agreed and led Timurus and a dozen other senior officers into the city with Amicals. On the way into the city, Melanchus heard a report from a spy. The people of Amandura rushed to the Zabari plain to rescue the Turii. He laughed and said, "Amendalara is wasting his time. We'll be back soon. The Zabari plains can only belong to Crotone." When the Crotone soldiers heard that there was wine to drink and meat to eat, they immediately increased their marching speed. It was already late at night when they started to set up camp. After setting up their tents, they couldn't wait to start drinking and eating meat to celebrate their victory. It was not until late at night that their tired bodies couldn't resist the invasion of sleep and fell into a deep sleep. Ansitanos didn't mention in his book that the citizens of Amendolan went against their usual training habits. They roughly pitched their tents and built a simple camp before going to bed. In fact, most of the people who helped the tourists in the afternoon were the women, teenagers, and the elderly of Amandura. For this battle, the entire city of Amendalara was mobilized. That night, the Devers did not allow the tourists to enter the newly built camp. The exhausted tourists fell into a deep sleep under the canopy. At the same time, the Amendolan militia in the camp were woken up by their officers one by one. They quietly ate the freshly baked bread and drank hot mutton soup with a little lamb and cheese in their sleepy eyes. Although they had already eaten dinner a few hours ago, this food would provide them with more protein and calories for the long march and slaughter that was to come. Then they put on the breastplates and greaves they took out from the pack carts, checked their bayonets, knives, and shields. At that moment, a few torches were set up in an open space in the middle of the camp. The Devers and the captains, company captains, and sub-captains were carefully observing the terrain model of Crotone's camp that was made out of mud. Melanchus is quite cautious. He let his troops cross the Trionta River and set up camp in the south of Castellan. He thought they would be safe with Castellan in the way, but that just made his soldiers more relaxed. The Devers used a wooden stick to point at the Trionta River model that separated Castellan and Crotone's camp. But Isam and his men have repeatedly tried different sections of the river. He said that one section of the river is completely walkable because it's in the middle of the river, far from Crotone's camp, so they won't be discovered. He also sent someone to report that the Crotone have been drinking and partying in the camp all night. I believe that when we attack tomorrow, they will still be sleeping like pigs. The Devers' words made everyone chuckle knowingly. They didn't dig trenches, set up fences, or set up stables. I'm afraid there won't even be any sentries tomorrow morning. Do they think they're taking a stroll in their own backyard? So easy. The officers listened to the Devers' explanation. Not only did they not find it funny, they were enraged. They secretly swore that they would not let these arrogant Crotone people go. The only problem is that their tents are very scattered and spaced far apart. The southern part of the tents protrudes outwards because the supplies they looted are all concentrated here. The Devers drew a large circle on the camp model with a wooden stick and said cautiously, "Our militia and the Lacanian Brigade, led by Bugle, only have about 5,000 men. Our tent has sent people to the eastern Mediterranean to recruit about 500 freemen from Thrace, Rhodes, and Crete, making the 7th Brigade more complete. In order to completely surround Crotone's camp, our attack formation can only have a single row of soldiers. Don't worry, Commander, one row is enough. It's more troublesome to deal with people, but it's easy to deal with a bunch of sleeping pigs." Aminta's words made everyone cover their mouths and chuckle again. The Devers smiled and said to Capus, who was next to him, "I'll leave the south of the camp to your 1st Brigade. You'll attack first, as the south area is larger, and there are many pack carts and supplies blocking the way. You and your subordinates will discuss how to solve these problems. I only have one request. Whether or not the 1st Brigade can become the first in the army depends on whether you can keep up with the attack speed of the other brigades, or even be faster than them." The usually calm Capus was also excited at this moment. "Rest assured, Commander, the 1st Brigade will not let you down." The Devers nodded and turned to Drax. "The 2nd Brigade will go to the east of the camp. After the 1st Brigade attacks, you can start the attack. The east of the camp is close to the city of Castellan. When the enemy is attacked and panicked, the first thing they will think of is to escape into the city, so you have to use the fiercest attack to make them give up on this idea." Drax looked at Capus and said, "Commander, the 2nd Brigade will use our actions to prove that we are not inferior to the 1st Brigade." "Good, you have to have this kind of confidence." The Devers praised, then turned to Hieronymus. "The 3rd Brigade will attack from the west. Although most of you are new recruits, I believe that the 3rd Brigade will perform well." Hieronymus clenched his fists and said, "Don't worry. Epicthenes." "Yes. You and Xpit will lead the light shield men of the 7th Brigade and attack from the north." "Commander, aren't we lacking in numbers?" Epicthenes immediately asked. "Don't worry. Is Bugle here?" The Devers asked. "I'm here," Bugle said from the back of the crowd. "Come to the front." The Devers beckoned him closer, then said in a deep voice, "You will lead the Lacanian Brigade and join the attack from the north. Epicthenes will be the commander." Bugle looked hesitantly at Epicthenes, who gave him a friendly smile. He lowered his head and said, "All right, the light shield men are good at close combat, and the charge of the Lacanian warriors is also very powerful. The enemy might not even consider escaping to the north at first because of the Triana River. I'm not worried about your attack. I'm only worried about your lack of teamwork and that there will be gaps in your advance. So, when you come down, you must discuss how to improve your teamwork and control the rhythm of the attack. There's something more important." Divers emphasized his tone and said solemnly, "Bugle, I've already told you before, and I'll emphasize it again. Before the battle, no matter if you're marching or hiding, you must maintain silence. You must not alarm the enemy. You must warn your tribesmen to watch their mouths. If anyone disobeys orders and affects this operation, they will be executed according to the Amendola military law." "Got it." Bugle was secretly shocked. He decided to go back and discuss with the assists how to prevent his people from making mistakes. "Commander, are our archers and catapults not participating in the operation?" Alpines asked anxiously when he saw that there was no place for him in the attack plan. "Of course you'll be there." The Devers smiled. "Alpines, lead the archers and catapults to the east of the camp and set up an ambush on the road leading to Castellan City. Once someone comes out of the city to help, deal the most damage to them." "Yes, Commander." According to Isam's intelligence, the Crotone soldiers in Castellan are celebrating the victory at the camp, so they didn't return to the city. There shouldn't be many soldiers in the city who can participate in the battle, and they shouldn't be strong either. Oh, and the Crotone generals who are having fun in the city. I bet their legs will be weak by tomorrow morning, and they won't be able to hold their weapons. The Devers said. Chapter 147. Devers stood up and looked around at everyone. His voice was low and powerful. The battle in the early hours of tomorrow will decide the ownership of the Zabari plain. It will decide the future of our citizens. When the battle begins, there will be no horns and no shouting. We must be ruthless. We must be fierce. We must be fast. We must destroy the enemy in their sleep as fast as we can. We must advance to the center as fast as we can. The faster we advance, the tighter and thicker our formation will be. The enemy will panic, and we will be able to surround them in the center and force them to surrender. Brothers, the Crotone people are like a pot of delicious barley porridge. I want to see which company eats it the fastest and best. The crowd did not speak, but their widened eyes were burning with a burning desire to fight. It was an early summer night in southern Apennine, and the weather was relatively cool. Unfortunately, there was no moon or stars in the dark sky. Amandolara's troops began to depart. Led by the 1st Unit of the 1st Regiment of the 1st Brigade, the 1st Battalion, the leader of each company held a lit torch to illuminate the way ahead. The 5,000 troops marched quietly and orderly. The sound of the rushing river, the croaking of insects and frogs, and even the howling of beasts in the distance covered up the sound of the troops' footsteps and armor clashing. From afar, they could only see the faint flashes of light every few hundred meters. Crossing the pontoon bridge at night was the biggest problem of this march. The troops marched in 2 columns to ensure that there was enough space on the bridge and that both sides could take care of each other. Fortunately, most of the soldiers of the 1st Brigade had participated in the Persia expedition and were very experienced in traveling at night. They successfully crossed the first pontoon bridge and then the second. Their good performance gave the following troops confidence. The 2nd Brigade also successfully reached the other side. When it came to the 3rd Brigade, the speed of crossing the bridge began to slow down. Arsene stepped on the undulating wooden planks and looked at the dark river flowing under the pontoon bridge. He imagined its depth, and his body involuntarily swayed with the bridge planks. Just as his body was about to lean outwards, a hand grabbed his arm forcefully. "Don't panic. Look up ahead. Don't look down." It was the voice of the squad leader, Septimus, who was walking beside him. He calmed himself down and followed the squad leader's instructions. Sure enough, he felt much better. He had only taken a few steps when he heard a thud behind him, followed by a cry for help. Someone fell into the water. He was shocked. "Don't look back. Just walk forward." The usually naggy Septimus' voice was now abnormally calm. Arsenis finally set foot on the triangular area in the middle of the confluence of the 2 rivers. With experience, crossing the 2nd pontoon bridge was much easier. In order to help the Licarians cross the river, Epiphanes devised a plan. He had a Greek and a Licarian walk side by side on the pontoon, and with the help of these veterans, the greater part of the Licanians were able to cross. When they reached the south bank of the Croti River and set foot on solid ground, Arsenis finally relaxed. Only then did he ask the squad leader, "What about our comrades who fell into the river?" The head of the Legion has asked Felicius to arrange some rescuers on both sides of the river. As long as they throw away their shields, spears, and helmets, they should be able to swim to the shore without any problems. Of course, that depends on whether they've been training seriously. Now you understand the importance of training. Every task should be completed seriously, because you might need it someday in the future. Septimus seized every opportunity to educate the new recruits. Arsenis nodded seriously. 2 hours later, the troops approached the city of Castellan and extinguished all their torches. Under the lead of Wyzam's squad, they reached the middle of the Trionta River. Castellan was at the mouth of the Trionta River and formed 8 columns. The soldiers held each other's spears because the shields were slung over their shoulders and the helmets were hung around their necks. Although this section of the river was the widest, the water was less than waist deep and the current was not rapid. Other than the pebbles on the riverbank, the soldiers did not have any trouble crossing the Trionta River. The Crotones' camp was not far away. It was still very late at night, and the sun had not risen yet. Under the lead of the mountain team, the teams quietly and unhurriedly entered their predetermined positions and began to lie down to rest to recover their strength. The officers sneaked closer and observed the Crotones' camp. Based on the map, they began to adjust and arrange the attack positions of their subordinates. As soon as a ray of light appeared in the eastern sky, the officers began to wake up the soldiers who were taking a nap. While the soldiers were arranging their weapons and equipment, the platoon leaders quietly mobilized them before the battle. For the veterans, they only needed to say, "These arrogant Crotone people dare to insult our Lord Devers and burn our houses. Now, we will use our shields and spears to make them pay the price in blood." That would be enough to ignite their anger. For the new recruits, other than encouragement, they also needed to remind them of some details that they needed to pay attention to in battle. For example, don't just charge by yourself. Advance with a whole team. When your spear is stuck in the enemy's body and you can't pull out, don't waste time to pull it out. Pull out your saber and keep hacking. Arsenies began to line up with his comrades and put on the heavy Corinth helmet. However, he did not feel lonely like he was isolated from the rest of the world. Although he could not feel the force of his teammates pushing him, he could still see the tents that the Crotone people had set up hundreds of meters away through the eye holes of the helmet. He could also see the thin line of Amendeler's comrades, which stretched infinitely along the terrain and surrounded the camp in an arc until it was out of sight. Arsenies moved forward lightly. When he was less than 40 meters away from the tent closest to the Crotone, it was still deathly silent. Arsenies was excited and a little regretful. He wanted to fight the Crotone people who were awake to show off his growing skills. At that moment, a loud scream came from the right ahead. It was especially piercing in the silent camp. That was the 1st Brigade's attack. "Forward," Septimus said in a low voice. Everyone began to take big strides. The round shields that were close to each other rubbed against each other, producing muffled, clanging sounds. Their feet, wearing leather sandals, stepped on the muddy ground that was soaked with morning dew, leaving rows of clear footprints. Arsenies had already seen a few enemies sleeping outside the tents in front of him, but when he stood in front of them, he became hesitant. "Do it!" His teammate next to him urged. At the same time, he plunged his spear into the throat of an enemy. The enemy's eyes suddenly widened, his hands grabbing at his throat. He wanted to scream, but could not make a sound. His expression was extremely painful, and his whole face was distorted. His teammate pulled out his spear. Blood gushed out of the wound like a fountain. The wounded enemy began to pant, which caused another enemy to wake up from his sleep. "What are you waiting for?" His teammate shouted again. Arsenies finally no longer hesitated. He quickly thrust his spear and pierced the enemy's chest. His teammate turned his head and nodded at Arsenies. Although he could not see the expression on his face because of the helmet, Arsenies could guess that it must be a satisfied smile. Encouraged, he endured the discomfort in his stomach and continued to move forward while clearing the enemies sleeping outside the tents. There was a tent in front of them, blocking the path of Septimus' squad. Septimus made a hand signal, and 10 soldiers surrounded the tent. 10 spears pierced into the tent, and after a series of random stabs, there were miserable screams, and blood splattered onto the curtain. "Arsenies!" Septimus shouted. Arsenies immediately raised his round shield, bent over, and went into the tent. Soon, he came out and said, "For people. 2 ugh. 2 are seriously injured. The others, ugh, are all dead. Ignore them. Continue forward." Septimus waved his hand, then looked at Arsenies and said in a deep voice, "Even if you vomit, don't stop moving forward." Arsenies and the others moved forward for a long time before they saw enemies coming out of the tents in 2s and 3s. They were wearing short-sleeved linen clothes. Some were even naked, and most of them had no weapons in their hands. It seemed that they had not completely woken up from their drunkenness and sleepiness. They stared blankly at Arsenies and the others, not understanding what was going on. When they saw Arsenies and the others stab some of them to the ground, the screams woke them up. However, they did not rush forward to fight. Instead, they shouted in panic, "Enemies! Enemies!" Under the pressure of Arsenies and the others, they fled in all directions. Their panicked and embarrassed looks reminded Arsenes of when he was a child and saw a flock of sheep being chased by hungry wolves in the mountains with his father. Column's ancestors were the earliest settlers of Crotone, so they were given a large and fertile piece of land. The whole family lived a relatively prosperous farming and herding life. However, with the passage of time and the rise of trade, many citizens who did business gained amazing wealth. They used the wealth they earned to gain a lot of power in the political arena of Crotone. They became the new nobles of Crotone. Colum's grandfather was an ambitious man. He envied these merchants and was no longer satisfied with farming. He decided to join the business tide and win a brighter future for his family. He mortgaged his land and borrowed a large sum of money. He bought a few ships and began to do port transshipment trade. He sailed between the Greek city-state of Sagunta on the Iberian Peninsula, Massilia in Gaul, Napoli on the west coast of Italy, and Crotone. Chapter 148. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly this time when he followed Melantius to battle. They easily conquered the city of Turin, and Columns also got a lot of loot. It was no wonder that many people said that Melantius was the favorite of the goddess of luck. Moreover, he heard that the Crotone city hall was preparing to migrate to the Zibari plain. Hence, he planned that after returning to Crotone, he would first cash his loot, save money to marry a wife, and then join the Crotone immigration team. The land of the Zibari plain was flatter and wider than the Croton plain of Crotone. He should be able to get a sizable piece of land. That night, Columns had a sweet dream, but he was woken up by pain. He opened his eyes and saw that his comrades in the tent were like hornets whose nest had exploded. They were running out crazily, and he, who was sleeping by the door of the tent, had already been stepped on several times. "Watch out!" he roared angrily. "Enemy attack! Come out and fight!" His teammates shouted as they rushed out of the tent. Enemy attack? Where did the enemy come from? Columns was still a little confused. At that moment, he heard a series of screams. He quivered, pushed his hands against the ground, and forced himself to stand up. He drank a lot of wine last night, and he didn't mix it with water, so the aftereffects were strong. His head was dizzy, and his body was a little out of control. He almost fell, and he didn't have time to put on his armor. He grabbed his spear from the ground and staggered out of the tent. In his sleepy eyes, he saw the neatly dressed heavy infantry in a tight formation quickly approaching them. Two of his companions rushed forward with spears in their hands, but they were quickly stabbed down by the enemy. The tacit cooperation and the concise and skillful fighting style completely woke Columns up. Fear instantly took over his whole body. He threw away the spear, turned around, and ran. "Run! Get out of here!" Columns had a strong desire to survive. He ran while looking at the position of the sun in the sky. He decided to escape to the east, because the east was the city of Castellan. After running for a while, he saw some people running toward him. They shouted in horror, "There's an enemy, run!" There are enemies in the east. Columns panicked when he heard that, and he could only run after them. Following that, he ran around like a headless fly. More and more people surrounded him, and there were even quite a few pack animals running around. Many people were injured, but they couldn't escape. At this time, no matter how panicked Columns was, he understood that they were surrounded, and the encirclement was constantly shrinking. The Devers headquarters was located behind the 2nd Brigade, between Camp Christina and Castellan. The 30 Guard were on standby. Their attention was mainly on the east. Captain Maltius raised the flag of the Legion. The Devers, on the other hand, were listening attentively to Let's report on the latest battle situation from his subordinate cavalry. 1st Team, attack. 2nd Team, attack. 3rd Battalion, begin the attack. 7th Brigade and Lucania Brigade, attack. The advance of the 1st Battalion is a success. The enemy did not resist. 2nd Battalion's advance is progressing smoothly. 1st Main Company passed the supply area and continue to advance. So fast. The Devers were a little surprised and asked, "How did they do it?" Leds answered, "The people around the supply area are all Turii freedmen and slaves who have defected to Crotone. When they saw us attacking, they all ran away. Capus and the rest went around this area and left a team to slowly clear the area. The rest of the troops will continue to advance." Yes, Capus made the right choice. The Devers nodded in approval. At this time, another cavalry came to report. Second team has become 2 horizontal lines. First team has become 2 horizontal lines. Commander, our attack is very successful. The encirclement is shrinking rapidly. Assist was excited. Yes, it's going well beyond my expectations. The Devers exhaled to ease the tension in their hearts. They then asked Leds, is there still no movement in Castellan? No. It seems that the enemy's alertness and reaction to danger are very slow. Alpines won't be able to fight this time. The Devers now had the mood to joke. When the sports champion wakes up from his sleep, he must be wondering, where did his troops go? The people around them burst into laughter. In fact, the Devers' judgment was still wrong. It was not that the sentries of Castellan did not notice the abnormality in Crotone's camp. Although Crotone's camp was about 3 miles away from Castellan due to the forest and the river, they could not see the outline of the camp, even if they stood on the city wall. However, the loud noise of tens of thousands of soldiers mixed together into a mixture of screams and exclamations could be vaguely heard by the sentries. Therefore, the sentries reported this abnormal situation to the captain. The captain thought to himself, Crotone's camp should be very safe. The Briti people in the west were blocked by the mountains and could not come at all. The Turii in the north had been burned, and they had the protection of the Trianta River. The Cremissa in the south had also defected to Crotone. The northeast was blocked by our Castellan. At this moment, Crotone had no enemies at all. Could it be that these arrogant Crotone people woke up early in the morning and were having a party again? Out of professional habit, he still sent a few cavalrymen to see what was going on. However, when the cavalrymen passed through the forest, they were ambushed by Alpine's archers and were all annihilated. As the encirclement continued to shrink, some companies even had to split into 3 lines because the line of attack was too tight. The surrounded Crotone army became more and more crowded due to the shrinking space. Melanchus and the other high-ranking officers were invited to the city for a party and could not return. However, the captain of the 100 men was still there, especially the officers who were sleeping in the middle of the camp. As soon as they sensed that something was wrong, they laboriously ordered their men to put on their armor, pick up their weapons, because most of them were drunk, and prepare for battle. It was just that the Amandorians' attack was too fast. There were deserters everywhere, messing up the hastily organized troops. But now that the shrinking space prevented the deserters from running around, the captain of the 100 men in brightly colored helmets became their backbone. We've been surrounded. We can only survive if we rush to the east. Charge east! The captain of the 100 men shouted in unison to attract the attention of the people around them. Under their leadership, they began to charge towards the direction of the sun. The Amandorians were facing their toughest test since the raid. Dracos did not panic at all when he saw the black mass of enemies swarming towards him. It was not the first time 2nd Brigade had encountered such a situation. Last time, they had blocked the ferocious Lucanian food attack. After a few months of training, they were more confident that they could fend off these unarmored, unarmed, and even naked enemies. Pass on the order. Defend where you are. Dracos ordered the drummers. Each brigade was equipped with 5 drummers. In addition to conveying orders, they could also use the drumming to adjust the pace of the soldiers during the march, to keep the formation in line, and to boost morale. The rhythmic drumming sounded, and the flag bearers of each company waved their flags. In fact, according to their judgment, the platoon leaders had already begun to order the soldiers to stop advancing and prepare for defense. The Crotone's charge was like a row of huge waves. Although majestic, its power was scattered. The defense of 2nd Brigade was like an iron wall. Although thin, it was very strong. The 2 armies collided. One had been maintaining an offensive posture and had expended a lot of energy. The other had been running since the beginning and was exhausted. One was fully armed, and the other was not. One had fewer people, and the other had more. The 2 sides engaged in close combat, and the outcome was obvious. However, the Crotone finally showed their courage in this critical moment. If they had no weapons, they would use their bodies to ram and their feet. If they were stabbed by spears, they would hold on tightly with both hands. For a moment, 2nd Brigade was in a tough battle. When the Devers received the news, he immediately ordered the rest of the brigade increase the speed of attack and try to get the enemy to surrender. At the same time, he asked Leds to quickly call Alpines to lead the light infantry back to assist 2nd Brigade in attacking, while he led the guards to the front. When a Legion's flag appeared behind 2nd Brigade's defense line, the high and mighty bronze statue of Pluto shone golden under the light of dawn. The morale of the soldiers of 2nd Brigade who were struggling to hold on was immediately boosted. "Dracos, can you still hold on?" The Devers deliberately asked the platoon leader who was commanding from the rear. "Commander, we will soon be able to beat the enemy back." Dracos gritted his teeth, turned around, and shouted to the drummers, "Beat the drums to attack. We must attack." Under the gaze of the commander-in-chief, under the sound of the drums to attack, the soldiers perked up. Although the formation of only 3 rows was relatively weak compared to the enemy, they began to counterattack. They swung their shields forward with all their might and thrust their spears into the gaps that were exposed. If the enemy grabbed their spears, they would pull out their sabers and slash. Originally, the battle between the Greek infantrymen was frustrating. The muffled sound of metal colliding with shields, the crisp sound of spears piercing armor, and the ear-piercing sound of sabers slashing at each other. No matter how long they fought, they might not be able to defeat their opponent. But now, every swing, every thrust, every slash could be heard from the enemy. The sound of metal piercing into flesh, and the string of blood droplets from the sabers. The 2nd Brigade's swift counterattack stopped the enemy's charge, and the courage of the Crotone soldiers, who were mostly unarmored and unarmed, quickly diminished in front of an impregnable wall. The light infantrymen who soon arrived fired arrows and stones at the back of the Crotone's charge line, preventing their reinforcements from catching up and forming a combined force. The last thing that tipped the balance of the battle was the fierce attack of the other 3 brigades. The encirclement was shrinking rapidly. The Crotone soldiers in the center were almost squeezed together, and it was difficult for them to even turn around, let alone break out. Nearly 10,000 people were tightly surrounded in this circle, with a circumference of less than 1 mile. Arrows and stones kept raining down from the sky, and cries of surrender kept ringing out from all directions. People kept screaming and falling down, and fear quickly spread among the enemies. The freedmen and slaves were the first to kneel and surrender. They were followed by the soldiers of Silatina, Cremissa, and Castellan. Chapter 149. Castellan's city defense team waited for a long time, but the cavalry did not return. The noise in Crotone's camp seemed to have disappeared. Out of curiosity, he personally led 10 cavalrymen out of the city through the south gate, crossed the pontoon bridge, and went west through the forest that was not too big. Nothing seemed out of place. Alpine's light infantry had already hidden the corpses of the cavalrymen and erased the traces, until they rounded the bend of the Trianda River and climbed up the slope with difficulty. The scene that appeared in front of them was shocking. The wide flat land where the Crotone's camp was in a mess. Collapsed tents, scattered weapons, running horses, and pack animals were in a mess. What was even more frightening were the densely packed corpses, the heavily injured soldiers who were struggling in pain, and the bright red soil that was soaked in blood. There were many fully armed soldiers in the center of the camp, surrounding even more disheveled people. And from the encirclement, they were escorting out rows of captives with their hands tied behind their backs. Great fear gripped the heart of the patrol leader. The Crotone were defeated. While these terrifying and unfamiliar enemies had yet to discover them, the patrol leader hurriedly turned his horse around and galloped towards Castellan City. "Commander, Castellan's cavalry has returned to the city." Leds rushed over to report. Assists informed the 7th Brigade and the Lucania Brigade to set up an ambush in the forest. "It's very likely that Castellan City—" "No, it should be Melantius. Will give us a big gift." Leds continued to closely monitor Castellan City's movements. The Devers ordered. "Yes." Leds received the order and left. The assists ordered the orderly to rush to the north. After a while, The Devers asked the assists again. Inform Malancia's cavalry. How long has it been since they left? About half an hour. Commander, there are too many things in the supply area. Due to the attack, some of the pack beasts were injured and some ran away, so we don't have enough animals to carry the supplies, Assis said with some concern. Devers smiled faintly and pointed at the captives who were squatting on the ground under the threat of weapons. Those are not ready-made beasts of burden. Let them carry the supplies back to Turii. It doesn't matter if they walk slowly. It will exhaust their strength anyway. These Crotone players, who have been through years of competitive training, can still be of some use. Why didn't I think of that? Commander, you always come up with good ideas. Assists praised loudly with exaggerated movements. Yasi, it would be great if your ability to do things could become as good as your ability to say nice things. After the victory, the Devers were also in a good mood. He joked with the assists for a while, then said, "Let's go and see the soldiers. They're the true heroes of this victory." Thus, in the horrified and sorrowful vision of the captives, in the distance, a shining golden flag was slowly moving closer. Under the flag, a general wearing a distinctive purple, white, and red crown helmet appeared on the battlefield. The cruel, merciless, and ferocious-looking enemies immediately let out thunderous cheers. Devers! Devers! Victory! Victory! The smarter ones among the Crotone captives immediately thought that this general was probably the Archon Devers of Amandalra that they had insulted before. These enemies were the owners of the buildings under Amandalra that they had burned. At that time, they had laughed at the cowardice of the Amandalra citizens. Now, they were trembling under the spears of these cowardly enemies. The chief general of Castellan, Amicals, was shocked when he received an urgent report from the city defense captain. He immediately sent someone to inform Malancius and his subordinates. Malancius was sleeping soundly in the hotel with a high-class prostitute in his arms. He was extremely displeased when he was forcibly woken up. When he heard the anxious report from his subordinate, he was immediately startled awake. He said with hope in his heart, "Maybe the enemy broke into our camp and was captured by the soldiers." Timorous shook his head worriedly. The people of Castellan said, "The flag of those heavily armed soldiers looks blurry from afar, but its shape is strange. It is definitely not the flag of the Crotone. Malancius, we must go and rescue them." You're right. Malancius never thought that when he was returning triumphantly, he would encounter a sudden blow. He could not suppress his panic. "Quick, come with me to find Amicals and ask him to send all the citizens of Castellan to rescue them immediately." Of course, Amicals could not promise Malancius everything. He had to ensure the safety of Castellan first, but he did not dare to reject Malancius' request and offend the Crotone. Moreover, there were also soldiers of Castellan trapped in the camp. Therefore, he hurriedly gathered 700 public militiamen, led by Malancius and his subordinates, and went to rescue them. Malancius marched quickly towards the camp. Timorous advised him to be more cautious, but Malancius said, "According to the intelligence of the people of Castellan, the enemy has fewer people than us. The reason why they won is probably because of a sneak attack. Now they are still in place and want to turn our soldiers into prisoners. Our sudden attack will definitely surprise them, and at the same time, it will also arouse the resistance of the surrendered soldiers. We will attack them from both inside and outside, and the enemy will be defeated by us. I want these thugs who dare to violate the Crotone to pay a heavy price." Malancius was like a red-eyed gambler, looking forward to the last big bet to win back all the money he had lost before. When his troops marched through the forest, they were attacked by the Amendolan light infantry, who had been lying in ambush. The light infantry, led by Epithenus, rained arrows, flying stones, and throwing javelins at them, causing a large number of casualties. While the morale of the Castellan soldiers was low and in a panic, the Licarians, armed with Greek sabers, rushed into the enemy's formation like tigers pouncing on sheep. "Commander, the reinforcements of the Crotone have been defeated. Other than a few who escaped back to Castellan, the others were either killed or captured. Leds reported excitedly. Devers nodded, but he was not very happy. This was a well-prepared ambush, and victory was easy. Seeing his calm expression, Led said, "Those Lacanians also captured 2 of the generals of the Crotone, Melantius and Timorous." "Oh." The Devers smiled, not because they had captured the enemy's commander. "The Lacanians have made a great contribution again. They can reduce their sentence by another half a year." When the Lacarians cut the column of Castellan's people into several pieces, Melantius' years of experience in the army told him that failure was inevitable. He immediately turned to run, but the Lacanians seemed to have locked onto him. After paying the price of a few casualties, they pinned him down and dragged him to the Devers. "Melantius, we finally meet." A young voice with a gentle tone rang beside his ear. Melantius struggled to raise his head. His handsome face was scratched by the sand and stones that were dragged along the way, and blood blurred his vision. He blinked hard. An unfamiliar young face appeared in front of him. "Who are you?" "The Consul Devers of Amandalra." "Amandalra? Devers?" Melantius, who had been hit in the head, was a little slow to react. Suddenly, his eyes widened. "Amandalra? Amandalra! You are too despicable. Without declaring war, you sneak-attacked us. You have violated the tradition of the Greek city-states and tarnished the honor of the Greeks. The Greek city-states will punish Amandalra. Champion of the Olympia, you are too egotistical." Dave sneered. "When your army stepped into Amandalra's territory without permission and burned our buildings, the war had already started. As for sneak attacks, I vaguely remember an athlete's maxim. The winner proves his strength with action. The loser can only cover up his weakness with excuses. Am I right?" Melantius lowered his head and pleaded in a low voice. "I hope you can treat me and the soldiers well. The Crotone will pay Amandalra a sufficient ransom. It is not up to me to decide how to treat you well." "Then, who's it up to?" "The survivors of Turii." When Melantius arrived at the Crotone camp and saw the mountains of supplies, he immediately smiled. But he soon became distressed because these carts could not cross the river. Devers said confidently, "That's easy. We will cross the river from the ferry." So the soldiers of Amandalra and the people who rushed overpacked up all the valuable things in the Crotone camp, including the weapons, armor, and linen shirts of the dead enemies, formed a long line and marched east. Through the forest, they could see the city of Castellan on the north bank of the Triana River. Devers could even hear the panicked cries of the enemies on the city wall. He jokingly said to Melantius, "Didn't you say that there were not enough pack animals? We can borrow them from Castellan." Melantius really did ask someone to borrow the pack animals. The chief general of Castellan, Amicles, and the others saw from the top of the city wall that the heavily armed Greek infantry marched proudly on the south bank. Under the escort of their shields and spears were dispirited, blood-stained captives carrying heavy loads. There were also excited civilians in civilian clothes and a pack full of supplies. This long line of troops went around the city and went straight to the ferry. Every Castellan citizen looked nervous and confused, but there was no anger or greed. That was because Castellan had lost more than half of its soldiers. Now that the city was not defended, no one dared to provoke this terrifying army. Where do they come from?" a member of the council asked nervously. Amicles looked at the direction of the troops and said uncertainly, "They are going north. It is very likely that they are Amandalra. Could it be the mercenaries who defeated the Lacanians?" General Gorky's eyes widened. "Very likely." Amicles was even more certain of his guess after hearing Gorky's words. Perhaps only they would dare to defeat the powerful Crotone. They have sent people," someone shouted with a trembling voice. The people on the city wall, from the soldiers to the general, became nervous. "We are the citizens of Amandalra. The Consul Devers has asked us to borrow 100 pack animals from you. We will send them back to you after we are done with the transport." The voice of the person could be heard clearly on the city wall. Everyone looked at each other. The Devers, the rumored hero who saved the tourists, the Consul of Amandalra. Amicles smiled bitterly. This was the second time he had saved the tourists, but the people of Castellan had also suffered. On the city wall of Castellan, the general and the council members agreed after a short discussion. It was not because of Diver's good reputation of keeping his promises, but rather, according to Amical's words, if Amendola annihilates and captures Crotone's large army, the situation in northern Magna Graecia will definitely change. We need to be careful. Moreover, many of Castron's citizens may become Amendola's captives. We need to leave a good impression on Amendola's so that we can negotiate with them in the future. In the morning, the few tourists who had woken up saw the people of Amendola who had rescued them gathering and crossing the pontoon bridge towards the south. They were shocked and uneasy. Are the Amendolarans going to abandon us? By noon, the tourists, some freedmen, and slaves who had woken up looked at the empty camp. Helplessness and despair in their hearts reached the extreme. They knelt on the ground and wailed. As for Cornelis, Strompoli, and a few others who told them that Amendola was fighting against Crotone's army and had already won, they couldn't believe it at all, with some of them even cursing out loud in anger. At this moment, someone shouted in horror, "Look! Quick, look! The army is coming!" The Talii people hurriedly looked back, only to see a mighty and majestic army, led by a strange military flag they had never seen before, striding vigorously across the pontoon bridge, marching in their direction. That's our army. It's the army of Amendola. They've returned victorious. Cornelis, the governor of Amendola, did not agree to fight with the Crotone in the previous Senate meeting. Although the decision was passed, he had been hiding his uneasiness. At this moment, he was cheering like a child. Kinagaruda stared blankly at the approaching Amendola army. There was only one voice echoing in his mind. The Amendolarans won. They actually won. They defeated the powerful Crotone army. The tourists were skeptical. Soon, as the vanguard of the army reached the north bank of the Kratai and drew near them, they saw under that strange banner, at the head of the procession, Devers, the young and gentle consul of Amendola. At this moment, he was fully armed, but not wearing a helmet. He was waving at them with a smile on his face. The scorching sun shone on his shiny armor, emitting the most dazzling light. He looked like a god from the heavens. At this moment, some sharp-eyed people noticed that there was a person walking behind the Devers horse. His hands were tied behind his back, and he was naked. He was being dragged forward by the horse. If he slowed down, the guard's spears would leave a wound on his body. Why did this person look so much like Melantius, the demon who ordered the burning of Taurus? Could it be that Crotone's army was really defeated by Amendola? There was no doubt about it. Behind the vanguard, they saw Amendolan soldiers holding spears, escorting young men who were also naked and carrying heavy loads on their backs. The procession stretched to the south, and they could not see the end of it at first glance. The tourists looked at the unbelievable scene in front of them. Tears flowed from their eyes. They cried, laughed, screamed, and threw things at the Crotone soldiers. Some even went up to fight them like madmen. The Devers stood on a makeshift wooden platform. His eyes were fixed on the tourists who quickly gathered with the elderly and the young. He spoke with a solemn but emotional voice. "People of Taurus, the Crotone have invaded your homeland in the past few days. You have lost your loved ones, lost your homes, and cried helplessly on the ruins. But the gods did not abandon you. They allowed your neighbors, the brave Amendoras, to not fear their enemies and defeat the demons who destroyed Talii. They allowed the kind Amendola to help you, who lack food and clothing. The night will pass, and the light is right in front of us. Without homes, we can build more comfortable houses. Without cities, we can build stronger ones. Without the temple, we can build an even more magnificent one. Turi people, wipe away your tears, straighten your chests, and join hands with the people of Amendola. Together, we will build a better home that will not be invaded by foreign enemies." Again, the tears of the Turi people burst into tears, and they rejoiced and worshipped Davos, the hero who had twice saved Turi, as if he were God. The Devers ordered the captured high-ranking Crotone officers, led by Melantius and Timoras, to be brought to the wooden platform and handed over to the tourists to decide whether they should live or die. The tourist cheers reached a climax. They swarmed the Crotone officers, using rocks, wooden sticks, fists, and teeth to vent their anger. Soon, the Crotone officers were badly mutilated, but the tourists did not stop, even when their enemies were lying on the ground, dying. Ansitanos, who was watching the bloody scene, sighed. I'm afraid tourists will be different from now on. Kinagrada pointed at Divers, who was standing at the side of the wooden platform and watching the execution of the Talii people, and said with a serious expression, It's not that I'm afraid, but Talii will definitely be different. Ansitanos was silent. Chapter 150. In the afternoon, the Devers convened an emergency meeting of the Senate of Turin and invited Kinagrada, Ansitanos, Buckos, and a dozen other prominent and influential citizens to attend. The list even included Plazinas and Polixis. The assists were puzzled and asked, Sir, why did you invite Plazinas, a shameless and untrustworthy villain, to attend the meeting? The Devers said seriously, To us, Plazinas is an untrustworthy villain. To the Turin, he is a patriot who does not hesitate to destroy his own honor for the benefit of the city. We should respect such a person. What about Polixis? He is a deserter. The Devers did not answer. He had asked Kinagrada. Although Kinagrada was betrayed by Neonesis and Polixis, he still suggested that the Devers invite Polixis to attend the meeting, because the Polixis family had always been very influential among the Turin Piotia immigrants. Plazinas had been restless ever since the people of Turin came to rescue the people of Turin. He even wanted to leave Turin and emigrate to other cities. When Amandalara's messengers found him and sent an invitation, he was still skeptical. The messenger told him what the Devers had said, and Plazinas actually shed tears. The Turin, who had been taken care of by the people of Amandalara for the past 2 days, felt guilty and blamed Plazinas for destroying the friendship between Turin and Amandalara. Even his relatives were distancing themselves from him. He was very grateful for the Devers' affirmation. At the same time, the invitation to Plazinas also showed the Turin that Amandalara was willing to let bygones be bygones, and many Turin who had worked against Amandalara were relieved. At that time, because the conditions were simple and crude, the meeting was held on the grass. Everyone sat cross-legged on the ground in a circle, surrounded by guards. At the meeting, the Devers proposed that the Turi-Amendola Union be established. The citizens of the two cities would share a consul and a senate. They also invited the tourists present, including Kinagrada, to join the Senate and become a member of the Senate of the new union. This was a suggestion that the Devers had discussed with the senators of Amandara beforehand. The tourists were weak, and they relied heavily on Amandara's help and protection. Moreover, they could become senators of the Senate, so why not? The news quickly spread to the tourists, and most of them cheered. The main reason was that if the alliance was established, they would be able to accept the aid and protection of the powerful Amendalar soldiers without any qualms. They would not have to worry about betrayal or abandonment, because they would become a family. When the cheers reached the ears of the new tourists who were in the meeting, their last concerns disappeared. Then, the Devers said that since the tourists and Amandara had become a family, the laws of Amandara would also apply to the tourists. The rights and obligations of the Amendarans would also apply to the citizens of Taurus. Except for a few tourist senators who slightly disagreed with the bill that citizens who own land would have to pay an annual land tax of 1%, the Devers' proposal passed by a large margin. Then, the Devers proposed that the slaves who participated in the battle against the Lacanian army would be granted freedom. The freedmen who participated in the battle against the Lacanian army and did not betray the tourists and join the Crotone army would become citizens of the new union. The leaders of the freedmen who caused the rebellion and caused the fall of the tourists would be sentenced to death by the tourists. This proposal was passed without any controversy, because through the burning of the city of Turis, the tourists also had a deep reflection. They realized that it was precisely because the tourists broke their promise and mishandled the freedmen and slaves that it was one of the main reasons for the disaster. After listening to the Devers' proposal, Plazinas was slightly embarrassed. Unexpectedly, the Devers proposed that Plazinas be responsible for the execution. This was a good opportunity for Plazinas to wash away the stain on his name. Once again, he was grateful to the Devers. In fact, most of the freedmen who participated in the Battle of Lucania participated in the rebellion and followed the Crotone army to transport the spoils of war to the Crotone army, but they were captured by the Embark army. The slaves, on the other hand, lost control because of the fall of Turris. Most of the miners and slaves fled deep into the mountains, while most of the slaves in the city chose to stay, because instead of fleeing elsewhere, most of them would still become slaves. If they were captured by the indigenous people, their situation would be even worse. It was better to follow a familiar master. Other than the lack of freedom, their lives were still passable. There were very few freedmen and slaves who truly met the conditions of the proposal, but for the freedmen and slaves who still lingered around the ruins of Turris and had yet to leave, it was undoubtedly great news. Because they believed that the rumored consul did indeed have a good impression of the freedmen and slaves, and he was also a consul for life, which meant that in the future they would have more opportunities to gain freedom and become official citizens. Stabilizing the freedmen and slaves' emotions and arousing their enthusiasm for the new alliance, the safety of the Turris was guaranteed because they far outnumbered the Turris. The first Senate meeting of the Turris Embark alliance was highly efficient. Proposals to help the reconstruction of Turris were passed, and Cunagurata was proposed by the Devers and elected as the Turris city governor with a large number of votes, including the votes of the Turris senators. The main reason was that Cunagurata disregarded the past and did his best to help the Turris, causing the Turris to feel guilty. In addition, the shrewd Turris senators knew that the political situation would be dominated by the Embarans for a long time in the future. So in order to gain the favor of Cunagurata, they had to work hard to make Cunagurata speak up for the Turris. Since the two cities were not far from each other, apart from the official position of the chief executive of each city, the rest of the official positions were shared. According to the needs, there would be deputy positions or assistants assigned to each city to perform their duties. At the same time, the Turris Reconstruction Committee was established, headed by the Devers and assisted by the two city governors, Cornellos and Cunagurata. They would lead the reconstruction of the entire Turris. In the end, Buckos asked the question that the Turris were worried about. What if the Crotone attack again? The Devers' expression did not change. He smiled and said, "I think we can let the military officer answer this question." Felicius stood up and said, "Senators, let me give a brief account of the results of this battle. We sent out a total of 4,895 soldiers, killed more than 6,000 people, and captured 9,000. This is a very high casualty rate. On average, an Embark soldier killed more than one enemy. According to normal battles, no matter how powerful the Embark soldiers are, such a situation shouldn't have happened. It's only because it was a sneak attack and the Crotone soldiers were drunk, asleep, unarmed, and unarmed that they suffered such a high casualty rate. On the other hand, we only suffered 72 deaths and 200 injuries." As soon as he said this, the Talii elders were dumbfounded. Felicius continued, "Among the 9,000 prisoners, there are about 5,000 Crotone soldiers. This is mainly because when the Crotone set up their camp, they arranged for the soldiers of the other cities to be on the periphery." Felicius glanced at the Devers. "We can use these prisoners to force the Crotone to negotiate with us. If the negotiation fails, I see that although Turris was destroyed by fire, the walls are mostly intact since they are made of stone. We can organize a large number of people to quickly repair the walls and defend against the Crotone's attack. At the same time, we can ask for help from Tarentum." "Will Tarentum help us?" Buckos was doubtful. After all, the Turris had tried the same thing before. Tarentum had sent messengers as a token, but after the persuasion failed, there was no more movement. With the Crotone greatly weakened, not only will Tarentum help us, but Rockley will also take action. Cunagurata, who was familiar with the situation in Greece, said, "Lord Consul, we should organize the manpower now and first build the walls. Also, we must immediately try to form an alliance with Tarentum. We have always been allies with Tarentum." Amyntas said abruptly, "That's not the same. Back then, it was Amendola that signed a contract with Tarantum. Now, Amendola has become the tourists, the Amendola Alliance. Antonios explained to him in a low voice. Amyntas scratched his head in embarrassment. Lord Cunigarata, you have reminded me that we really need Tarantum's help now. Although the Devers said this, he did not think that Tarantum's help was necessary, but it was important to understand Tarantum's attitude. Originally, Amendola was just an inconspicuous ally of Tarantum. Suddenly, it became an alliance of two cities, and its strength soared. What would Tarantum think? Cunigarata was reminding him. Therefore, the Devers gave him a look of gratitude. Marigi and Ansitanos were ordered to go to the Senate of Tarantum. Chapter 151. It seems like the Devers, who are blessed by the gods, have created another miracle. Urchita sighed from the bottom of his heart. There was no jealousy in his eyes, but more curiosity. I want to know how the Devers defeated the tourists. Marigi briefly told them about the battle with Amendolara, emphasizing that Amendolara attacked at night, and the Crotone were too proud and unprepared. Not only did they not build their camp seriously, but they were also drunk and other reasons to reduce the degree of surprise. However, the senators of Tarantum were still shocked by the Devers' military prowess. It was obvious that the young consul's last victory over the Lacanians was not by luck, nor was it mainly due to Tarantum's reinforcements. The senators of Tarantum became cautious in their treatment of the emissaries from Amendolara. Amarcus, one of the consul, said, "People of Amendolara, since you've won, why are you still in Tarantum? Are you here to show off your achievements?" The people of Amendolara have always respected Tarantum, who once saved us. We never dare to have such thoughts. Marigi bowed respectfully and said, "I'm here this time because the tourists, who lost their homeland, have formed an alliance with Amendolara, so we must revise the alliance with Tarantum." What did you say? The Senate was in an uproar. The tourists have formed an alliance with you? What alliance? Could it be that Amendolara used force to occupy the land of the tourists? Just like how the mercenary leader occupied Amendolara. A senator of the Senate said loudly, "I object to this, sir's statement." Marigi said angrily, "What you said is not only an insult to our consul, it's also an insult to Amendolara. I find it hard to believe that this came from the closest ally of Amendolara. Sir Diomyrus, you're wrong. I was there on the day of the citizens' assembly and saw with my own eyes how the Amendolan people warmly invited the mercenaries to become Amendolan citizens. Akita took the initiative to stand up for Amendolan. Even though Urchita was endorsing Amendolara, Diomyrus still retorted, if it wasn't for Amendolara's coercion, why would the tourists choose to form an alliance with the weak and poor Amendolara instead of the rich and powerful Tarantum? Diomyrus is right. If it wasn't for Amendolara's military threat, the tourists would definitely have chosen Tarantum. Many senators immediately echoed. The people of Tarantum were too proud of themselves. Marigi sneered in his heart and immediately wanted to refute, but he was stopped by Ansitanos. He stood up and said gently, "Respected elders of Tarantum, my name is Ansitanos. I was originally a general of Tali and have visited Tali many times. Some of you should know me, such as Lord Marcus and Lord Decidimus." The elders who were called out by him could only nod. "As a Turii, I swear to Apollo that Amendola did not threaten the Turii with force. On the contrary, when the city of Turin was conquered by the Crotone, and the Turin thought that they had been abandoned by the gods, only the weak Amendola refused to submit to the mighty Crotone. Even when the enemy's army was pressing down on their borders, they still maintained their alliance with the Turin. When the city of Turin was burned down and the tourists lost their homes, it was the Amendola who came in time and helped us selflessly. When the ruthless Crotone burned down the city, a crime unheard of in the history of Greece, robbing all the resources that the tourists relied on for survival and leaving unpunished, not a single city-state in Greece stood up to uphold justice. Only the weak Amendola dared to fight against the mighty Crotone, the enemy of our tourists, and even avenge the tourists. Which city-state could have done what Amendola did to the tourists? The tourists regarded Amendola as a hero who saved them and regarded Amendola as their own family. Therefore, they were willing to share a consul, a senate, and the rights and obligations of citizens with Amendola from the bottom of their hearts. They were like brothers in a family, without any distinction between you and me. This was the natural choice of the tourists. After listening to Ansitanos's affectionate words, the Senate of Tarentum fell silent. Some even felt ashamed. After a while, Consul Marcus said coldly, Amendola and the tourists have become allies, and their strength is much stronger than before. The prestige of Amendola alone is enough to deter other city-states from invading. It seems meaningless to talk about an alliance with Tarentum. Marigi put on a sincere face and said, Before I came, Sir Divers had repeatedly told me, Tarentum lent a helping hand during Amendolar's most difficult time, and he is Amendolar's great benefactor. No matter what happens to Amendolara in the future, my gratitude to Tarentum will never change. I hope to be a long-term ally of Tarentum and be on good terms forever. I hope to repay this kindness in the future when I have a chance. The Senate of Tarentum fell silent again. Another consul, Decidimus, stood up and said, Now, the two emissaries from Amendola and Turris, please leave for the time being. We will discuss the alliance. Everyone, it is said that Consul Devers of Amendola is a very young man. Young people are often full of energy and ambition. More than half a year ago, he was a mercenary leader. Now, he is a lifelong consul of two cities. Such a fast promotion and expansion speed is very similar to that of the man in Syracuse of Sicily. That's why I don't trust him very much. Diomyres expressed his concern. I'm afraid that if Tarentum forms an alliance with them today, one day they will turn the spearhead against us. Diomyres' words caused the senators to laugh. Diomyres, you are too timid. The 3,000 to 4,000 citizens of Amendola and the remaining few thousand of tourists add up to less than 10,000 people. Why would Tarentum be afraid? Are you really from Tarentum? Whether Amendola and Turris can survive the anger of Tarentum is a problem. Do they still have time to think about other things? Amidst the mockery of the elders, Diomedes sneered and said, Everyone, when Tali was first established, our ancestors in the Senate of Tarentum also mocked us like you are today. What happened in the end? We were defeated by the tourists twice in a row. But it seems that we haven't learned our lesson. After listening to Diomyres' words, some of the senators seemed to be in deep thought, while some looked unhappy and scolded. The original tourists had the strong support of Athens. Otherwise, the final winner would have been us. The current Amendola and tourists are far from being comparable to the former tourists. Diomyres, if Tarentum has to worry about this, then what are we still doing here? We might as well emigrate as soon as possible. I'm reminding everyone that Tarentum needs to be vigilant against Amendola. Amendola has such a terrifying archon with military talent. Now that it has merged with Turris, it is likely to develop into a powerful state in the northern part of Greater Greece in the future, causing trouble for Tarentum. In order to prevent such a situation from happening, we don't need to support it. Instead, we need to deliberately limit its development. Diomyres persuaded patiently. Urchita immediately stood up and said loudly, Since Lord Diomyres is afraid of Amendola, then we should ally with them because the Devers have always kept their promises. Whether it was previously hired by the tourists, when the tourists suffered a crushing defeat and faced the danger of being surrounded by the Lacanian army, he still led the mercenaries to stay and turn defeat into victory. Or when the army of Tarentum was forced to the gates, he still did not give up on the alliance with the tourists. This means that once the new alliance with Amendolara is formed, not only will Divers, the life consul, not harm Tarentum, but they will also lend a helping hand when Tarentum is in trouble one day. At this time, Decidimus said in a deep voice, Urchita is right. Senators, don't forget what the biggest threat to Tarentum is. It's not Amendola, nor is it Turris, but the Messapi who have surrounded Tarentum. The Messapi are already difficult to deal with, and the damn people of Athens have taught them heavy infantry tactics and armor making. Now, they're getting more and more difficult to deal with year after year. Look at how many people they kill and how much farmland they destroy every year. Our roots and temples are here, not in Amendola, not in Tauris. Tarentum only has one city, but the Mesopi occupy most of Apulia. If they're allowed to develop like this, I'm afraid that in the future, the people of Tarentum will lose all the land outside the city and be trapped in the city. This is the real reason why we have advocated the establishment of the Great Hellenic Defense Alliance in recent years. It's a good thing that Amendola and Tauris have formed an alliance. When we encounter difficulties in the future, they can give us more help. So, why can't we form an alliance with them? There was a long silence among the senators, and most of them looked solemn. Therefore, in the end, the proposal to form an alliance between Tarentum and the Amendola-Tauris alliance was passed. When the two sides concluded the alliance, although Tarentum promoted the new alliance to a relatively equal ally, it still proposed that Tarentum would be the leader in future joint military operations. Chapter 152. When the news of the Crotone army's defeat reached Ciudad Crotone, the whole city was shocked. There was a heated debate in an emergency meeting in the city hall. Chief General Myron cursed Amendola as despicable, referring to the sneak attack, and Melanchus's incompetence. He proposed to organize another army to fight against Amendola and restore Crotone's reputation. Lysias attacked Myron, arguing that it was his order to burn the city that caused the surrounding city-states to feel uneasy and turn against Crotone. Now that Crotone had suffered a great defeat, they should not use their weapons to avoid being besieged by Rockley, Tarentum, Amendola, and other city-states. Both sides had their own supporters, and there was no compromise. Half a day later, news deliberately spread by the Amendola-Turii alliance, hereafter referred to as the Tua Alliance. The Tua Alliance had captured more than 5,000 Crotone people, about 1,000 Asprostum and Syrians, 1,200 Cremissa and Castellan, and more than 1,000 freedmen and slaves. The sad people of Crotone heard the news and saw hope. They gathered and went to the city hall to pressure the council to ransom their loved ones. At this time, another news came. The Tua Alliance and Tarentum had formed an offensive and defensive alliance. Myron finally stopped insisting. After discussion, the council finally decided to send Lysias as an emissary to Turii to ransom the Crotone captives in the hands of the Tua Alliance. If necessary, they could sign a truce. Lysias led the emissary group to the north by boat. They caught the wind and arrived at the mouth of the Croti River in less than half a day. Here, he saw a surprising scene. Countless merchant ships were densely lined up at the mouth of the river like wooden walls. Ships sailed out from between the wooden walls from time to time, and ships continued to converge from all directions. Wasn't the city of Turii burned to the ground? Why were there still so many merchant ships trading here? Lysias was puzzled. Soon, his doubts were answered. A simple fishing boat came to greet them. "Hi, are you here to trade or to discuss business?" A man at the bow said loudly. After receiving Lucius's instructions, the attendant asked, "What do you do? Do you see the pattern on the sail?" The man pointed his finger upwards with a proud look on his face. The black hair on the sail was like a flame wrapped around the weapon in the middle of the sail. It was the symbol of Hades, the double-pronged fork. "Do you know that our consul Davis is the descendant of Hades? My name is Sequirian, and I'm now the navigator appointed by the commercial officer, Lord Marigi. I'm in charge of maintaining the smooth navigation. You have to tell me what you're here for, or I'll have to ask you to leave so that you don't block the navigation of the ships behind you." Lysias hesitated for a moment before making a firm decision. "We're envoys from the Crotone, here to negotiate with the Tua Alliance." There was no anger, no insults, or any other abnormal emotions. Instead, Sebastian's expression was calm. He nodded and said, "You people of Crotone sure are patient to only arrive now. The envoys from Castellan, Cremissa, and Silatina have arrived long ago." Lysias' heart skipped a beat. The attendant asked curiously, "Why aren't you angry?" "Why should I be angry? It's because you're people of Crotone. Sebastian shrugged. You burned Turii, but I'm not a citizen of Turii. I'm just a free man. On the contrary, I'm quite grateful to the Crotone. Sebastian smiled mysteriously and said, Let's not talk too much. Quickly follow my boat and don't block the navigation. Sebastian's fishing boat led Lysias' boat into the Crotty River and sailed upstream. Lysias looked at the northern estuary. He could vaguely see a few simple wooden docks on the shore. Goods were constantly being unloaded from merchant ships and transported by carts to an earthen enclosure not far from the docks. It seemed to be located in the old city of Baris. Lysias furrowed his brows. When the Crotone had sent envoys to question the Turii on why they had violated the agreement, everyone in the council had agreed. However, Lysias had objected to the idea of sending troops to attack Turii to avenge the envoys. He believed that accepting the Turii's apology and receiving more compensation had already achieved the Crotone's goal. There was no need to send more troops to battle. It would be a waste of manpower and resources, and he was afraid that accidents would happen. In the end, after the Crotone's crushing defeat, the Turii no longer cared about the Crotone's attitude and began to make use of the old city of Baris again. You haven't said why you're thanking the Crotone? One of the envoys asked loudly at the bow of the boat. Sebastian replied loudly from the fishing boat, Isn't it obvious? If the Crotone hadn't burned Turii, there wouldn't have been an alliance between Amendola and the Turii, and there wouldn't have been a Devers as our Archon. He's the descendant of the Hades and has such a noble status, but he cares about the people very much. Not only does he not discriminate against his freemen and slaves, he's very friendly, just like he treats his own citizens. Have you heard of the Amendola Immigration Act proposed by the Devers? Oh no, it should be called the Immigration Act of the Tua Alliance now. The Crotone man shook his head. Sebastian gave him a look that said, You're ignorant, and explained the general content of the Immigration Act loudly. He then said excitedly, The Devers said that after the initial construction of Turii is completed, the act will be implemented. Anyone who wants to become a Turii citizen and behaves well can apply for registration with the census officer. I heard that once you become a probationary citizen, you can join the army and fight for a piece of land. My comrades are working hard now, wishing that Turii can be built by tomorrow. Who knows, I might be an official citizen by the next time you come. Seeing Sebastian's intoxicated expression, someone couldn't help but refute. I've never heard a city that would allow outsiders to become citizens so easily. Maybe this Immigration Act is a lie, made up to make you work hard for them. Shut your mouth. Don't spout nonsense. Sebastian was furious. The Devers announced this act in front of all the freemen and slaves. How can it be fake? Do you know who the Devers are? When faced with the threat of the Turii, he would rather cut ties with them and pay for the freedom of the escaped slaves. When faced with the Crotone army, he would rather fight you than cut ties with the occupied Turii. Lord Devers has proven that he is a man of his word. So, I believe what he says. All of us believe him. If you weren't an envoy here to negotiate, I'd feed you to the fishes in the river right now. The Crotone people blushed and wanted to curse loudly, but Lysias stopped his followers' impulse. Sebastian stared coldly at the movements of the ship behind him. Seeing that the situation had quietened down quickly, he was a little disappointed. He purposely spat at the river behind him and ignored them. Lucius fell into deep thought. Based on what he knew, Turul's current population was probably no more than 3,000, while Amendola's population was estimated to be at most 4,000. Crotone's population alone was more than 30,000, and there were also the affiliated cities of Espustum, Silatina, Corunna, and so on. The difference in strength was like the difference between heaven and earth. However, if the Tua Alliance could make use of the tens of thousands of freemen and slaves here, it would definitely be worth paying attention. However, how could their loyalty to the city compare to that of the natives who had been citizens of the city for generations, who had come from all over the world in such a hurry to become citizens of the city? Lysias deeply doubted it. He stared at the river and saw many fishing boats with double-pronged patterns on their sails coming and going, unusually busy, when the towering city wall appeared in front of them. Lysias knew that they were almost at the city of Turii. He looked at the towers on the city wall. In the past, the two towers were connected by an iron chain, which was quite spectacular. When the enemy ships attacked, the iron chain would be lowered to prevent the enemy from entering Turii through the water. However, this time, Melanchus had used a spy to directly attack the south of the city, rendering the iron chain useless. Now, it had disappeared. Melanchus must have cut it off. Thinking of Melanchus, although Lysias did not have a good relationship with Melanchus, and their governing philosophy was completely opposite, he could not help but feel sad when he heard about his tragic fate. He was beaten to death by the Turii people. His body was so bloody that it was impossible to tell that he was human. Sebastian's fishing boat docked at the port of Turii. He got off the boat first and ran to report the situation to a group of soldiers stationed at the dock. The group of soldiers quickly came over under the leadership of the captain. The Crotone people noticed that even in the city, the group of soldiers still maintained a complete formation. "General, we should disembark," the attendant reminded Lysias, who was thinking. Lysias, who came back to his senses, looked around. He had been to Turii several times. At that time, the port of Turii had more than a dozen docks, some made of stone, some made of wood, and there were hundreds of ships docked there. The port area had warehouses, hotels, and residences, and it was bustling and messy. Now, there were only a few lonely stone docks here, and everywhere was scorched black. Of course, this was the masterpiece of the Crotone people. Lysias calmly disembarked from the boat. The group of soldiers also calmly checked them. After confirming that they were the emissaries of the Crotone, a soldier immediately rode to report to the Senate, while the emissaries continued to wait in place. Chapter 153. I will be like that in the future. Serene shouted confidently, full of hope for the future. Untie the ropes. Let's go to the estuary. Lysias was also sizing up the patrol captain in front of him. Are you citizens of Amendolan? The captain glanced at him and said, No, we are citizens of the Tua Alliance. Oh, I'm sorry. Lysias asked politely. I would like to ask how the Crotone soldiers are doing now. I can't tell you where they're being held, because that is a military secret. The captain said seriously, but I can tell you that they're doing well now, and the Devers have even asked the hospital to treat the injured soldiers. But if your negotiation fails, their situation may not be so good. I heard that the Turii senators in the Senate strongly suggested sending them to mining. Lysias was shocked. Sending captives to mining was definitely a death sentence. He remembered that when the Athens army attacked Syracuse in Sicily and failed, about 5,000 to 6,000 people were captured and sent to mining. After a few years, almost all of them died. This made him a little nervous. After a while, the soldier rode back and whispered in the captain's ear, Take the furthest road. The captain immediately understood and said to the Crotone emissaries, The Senate has agreed to meet with you. Let's go. The group passed through the ruined port and entered the city. The Crotone emissaries could not believe their eyes. Compared to the deserted port just now, there were people everywhere. It was extremely noisy. Men, women, old and young were all busy. Some were clearing away the ashes, carrying stones and rubble. Some had already started to consolidate the ground according to the instructions of the craftsmen, and started to lay down stakes on the ground. More people were building wooden frames, laying stones, and piling up bricks by the side of the city wall. Some were making mortar, carrying bricks and wood, and pushing drinking water. The entire main city of Turii had become a large construction site. People were sweating profusely and passionately rebuilding their homes. They were so focused that when the Crotone emissaries passed by, no one looked up. Although thousands of men were working at the same time, it was noisy but not chaotic, and they were organized in perfect order. Lucius noticed that some people with red ribbons on their heads played an important role. They directed and coordinated the operation of the construction site, and the real person in charge was a skinny old man. He constantly patrolled the surroundings, stopping to refer to the drawings when he found any problems. Then he would talk to the people around him, and soon someone would rush over to correct it. Who is he? Someone in the Crotone envoy group asked curiously. Heraclid, a disciple of the Greek master architect Hippodamus, the captain replied. Heraclid had originally planned to direct the construction of the road from Amendolara to Turiai after the warehouses and hotels were completed. However, when he heard that the Senate was preparing to rebuild Turin, he volunteered to design and preside over the rebuilding of Turin. The Devers readily agreed and put forward some of their own requirements for the construction of New Turin. Heraclid had mixed feelings about this city that recorded the glory of Heraclid and where he lived for 20 years. He was too familiar with it. He could walk around the whole city with his eyes closed, and he could count the height of every place, the curvature of the river. He poured all his emotions into the tip of his pen and finished the blueprint of New Turin in one night. The Devers were impressed when they saw it. After that, Heraclid spent every day at the construction site. He was full of energy, and he meticulously supervised the operation of the reconstruction. His passion for work also infected the people who were already rebuilding their homes, and the progress of the reconstruction was constantly accelerated. The Crotone envoys, of course, did not know how respected the skinny old man was in Turin, and they certainly did not remember who Hippodamus was. They responded politely and turned their attention to other places. Lucius asked casually, "I'm afraid there are more than 40,000 people working here, right? There shouldn't be so many people in Turin. Could it be that the Amendorians are among them?" "We Amendorians do have some, but most of them are freedmen and slaves." The captain looked at Lucius as if he knew what he was thinking and said without hiding it, "You must be wondering why these freedmen and slaves are working so hard. It's not only because they may become residents of this city in the future, but also because the consul Devers passed a temporary decree in the Senate. Widowed Turin women are allowed to marry freedmen, but only if the woman is willing." "What?" Lucius was shocked. "People of Crotone, you should know that not counting the citizens of Turin who were massacred after the Crotone took over, more than 10,000 citizens died in the war with Lucania. Almost all of the people in Turin are widows, and I heard that the Turin were going to issue a decree to allow citizens to marry more than one wife. You can see how much men Turin is lacking." The captain revealed a faintly discernible smile. "It's great now. In order to gain the favor of the Talii women who are busy rebuilding their homes, these freedmen are naturally working hard. You should know that once a Turin woman takes a fancy to them, not only can they marry a wife, but they can also immediately become a citizen of Turin and get a house. Although they can't get any land, as long as they join the army in the future, it won't be a problem. Come to think of it, these fellows are really lucky to have so many cultured and beautiful Turin women to choose from. Back when we were in Amendola, Captain, stop complaining. Your wife is a famous beauty in Amendoland, Persia. Don't you know how much the other citizens envy you?" A soldier could not help but say, "Huh, huh, huh." The captain laughed shamelessly. Of course. My wife is the most beautiful woman in all of Amendoland other than the consul's wife. Beautiful and cultured. I'm just complaining on your behalf. You didn't come at the right time. My Lacanian women are good. Not only are they passionate, they're also tall, and this place is huge." A soldier patted his chest and said in an intoxicated manner, "The Greek women can't even compare." A group of soldiers began to argue about which family's women were more beautiful. The more they talked, the more vulgar they became. Lucius was no longer interested in listening. The laws issued by the Tuar alliance were completely rebellious to the orthodox Greek nobles like Lucius. In Crotone, a city-state that had been built for hundreds of years, and the clans and phratries were extremely stable, it was impossible to implement them. But he had to admit that for the Turin who had lost their homes and a large number of strong citizens, it was a good way to quickly boost the power of the city-state. But a Turin that could quickly recover its strength and prosper, and a Turin that was a sworn enemy of Crotone, was not what Lucius wanted to see. Thinking of this, Lucius followed the team out of the city worriedly. On the way to the camp, he happened to see a dozen groups of soldiers training. They seemed to be playing a game. There were about 50 people on each side. In fact, it was a squad. They used long wooden sticks wrapped in coarse cloth as spears and crude wooden boards as round shields. Both sides charged and stabbed like they were in a real battle, until one side was forced to retreat behind a white line drawn with lime powder, and the game ended. The soldiers of the losing side had to crouch down with their hands behind their back and jump around the field, known as frog jumping, as punishment. The scene was quite fiery and intense, and it was obvious that this game was a simulation of actual combat. Lucius saw with his own eyes that several soldiers were stabbed and were immediately bandaged and treated, but the enthusiasm of the soldiers did not diminish at all. They kept clapping and cheering, fighting to enter the field. The soldiers' blood and desire to fight were evident. Someone in the emissary group asked curiously, "Is this how you usually train?" The patrol leader chuckled and said, "We train once every 5 days, and each training session lasts from morning to evening. There are many training programs, and this is just one of the less intense ones." The Crotone people of the emissary group looked at each other. It was obvious that the military training of the Tua alliance was much more intense than that of the Crotone militia, who spent most of their time in the arena. Lucius did not completely believe the captain's words, but he could tell that Amendola's troops were strictly trained and experienced, or else they would not have been able to defeat the Crotone army so easily, even if it was just a sneak attack. Entering the camp, they came to the big tent in the center. The patrol leader went in to report while Lucius and the rest waited outside. At this moment, a person came out of the big tent. Lucius glanced at him and felt that he was familiar, but he could not remember who it was. The person did not expect to meet Lucius at this time either. He was stunned for a moment before regaining his composure. He smiled at Lucius and immediately turned to leave. Lucius stared at his back, tried to remember who he was. "Sir Consul, you are invited in." The patrol leader's voice came from behind. Lucius composed himself, opened the tent flap, and walked in. The patrol leader led the soldiers out of the camp, and his serious expression immediately turned into a smile. "Brothers, how was my performance just now?" "Captain Olivers, you performed too well. Very serious and serious. Completely different from your usual self." A soldier praised. "I think it was a little lacking. There was a part in the middle where you made jokes about women. It's too unbecoming of you." Another soldier raised his objection. Chapter 154. "No way, Captain, you're taking this opportunity to retaliate." Xenotimus cried out. Olivers laughed and said, "Let's go, brothers. We'll continue to patrol the city and teach those free people who fight over women a lesson." "Yes, Captain." A group of soldiers laughed and walked towards Turii City. There was a long wooden table in the tent, and a few people were sitting opposite it. In the middle was a young man. Lucius had heard that Amendola's Archon Devers was very young, so it was obviously him. Beside him was a man with a thick beard. He happened to recognize him as the former chief general of Turii, Cunigarata. The other person didn't look like a Greek. Cunigarata also recognized Lucius and whispered to the Devers to introduce him. The Devers listened while sizing up Lucius. This middle-aged man from Crotone was slender, handsome, and had a well-trimmed beard. He looked very elegant, but according to Cunigarata, as the leader of Crotone's conservative faction, he was able to be elected as a general for 10 years in a time when Crotone's conservative faction was declining. He was definitely not an easy person to deal with. "I'm Lucius, representing Crotone to negotiate with the Tua alliance." Lucius stepped forward and said, "Welcome, General Lucius." The Devers stretched out their right hand and gestured for him to sit on the opposite side of the wooden table. Then they looked at him calmly and said, "We've been busy rebuilding Turii City recently, and we also have to meet with the emissaries from various cities. Time is very tight, so just tell us what you want." Lucius didn't expect the Devers to be so direct. He coughed a few times to hide the surprise on his face. Then he said loudly, "If that's the case, I'll tell you what Crotone wants. We hope that the Tua alliance will release all the captives of Crotone and its allies. Then Crotone will stop fighting with the Tua alliance and achieve peace." "Ha ha!" Daphis raised his head and laughed sarcastically. "The Crotone people killed my citizens, destroyed my city, and stole my resources. Just because they agreed to a ceasefire, they want to pretend that nothing happened. They even want us to unconditionally release the culprit who caused this disaster. I wonder if the Croton people are too naive or too shameless. Lucius said with a sullen face, Sir Devers, don't forget that this war was not started by Crotonnet. All right, I don't want to argue with you about who's right and who's wrong. Please go back. The Devers waved his hand. Lucius was stunned. He didn't want to talk anymore after a few words. The Devers' way of not playing by the rules made him angry. Sir Consul, aren't you afraid of fighting with Crotonnet again? We can organize another 20 to 30,000 soldiers at any time, and we won't make the same mistake again. The Devers heard Lucius' threatening words and raised his eyebrows. He said resolutely, when it comes to war, I'm not afraid. The Alliance will never make the same mistake that Turii made before. We will first kill all the captives and use their blood as a sacrifice to the gods. Then we will use the strong defense of the city walls to make every step you Crotonnet take. You will have to pay with human lives. The people of the Tua Alliance will not fear death and will never surrender. If the young die, the old die, the women will. If Turii falls, we will retreat to Amendolara. If Amendolara falls, we will go to Heraclea. As long as the enemy is still trampling on our territory, we will fight to the death with the enemy. The Devers' words made Kinagarada, who originally hated war, feel his blood boil. He blurted out, That's right, this is the Tua Alliance's code of conduct in the face of invasion. Lucius was shocked by the other side's fighting spirit. He clearly felt that this newly formed alliance was not as weak as the Turii before, but more belligerent. Falling out with the Tua Alliance and starting a war was not a good choice. He wanted to say a few words to ease the atmosphere, but he heard the Devers say loudly, Kinagrata, go and call back the emissary of Locke who just left. We need to have a good discussion with him about the terms of the alliance he just proposed. Emissary of Locke. Lucius' heart beat wildly. He suddenly remembered that the familiar person just now was Metatro Finus of Locke. He had negotiated with Crotonnet twice before, but he didn't remember him. Lord Consul, state your demands. Lucius had to be the first to give in. The Devers stopped Kinagarata, who had just stood up, and said, Wait a moment. Marigi straightened his body and said loudly, The Tua Alliance's demands are, first, because Crotonnet burned down the Turii city, causing the Turii people to lose their homes. In order to compensate for their loss and also rebuild the Turii city, Crotonnet needs to compensate the Tua Alliance with 2,000 talent. Second, Crotonnet can ransom your soldiers. The ransom for each captive is 500 drachmas. At the same time, as the culprit behind the burning of the city, these captive soldiers must serve in Turii for a year to redeem their sins. Third, Crotonnet must allow the Cremissa and Castellan to become allies with the Tua Alliance. Fourth, the Tua Alliance and Crotonnet's peace treaty will last for 5 years. During this period, both sides will not invade each other. After hearing this, Lucius shook his head. Your demands are too high. Crotonnet can't agree. Thus, a long and drawn-out negotiation began. The Devers gave this difficult task to Marigi and then went to another tent not far away. Here, the Devers met with Armicles from Castellan. As the chief general of Castellan, the fact that Armicles came to Turii in person showed his attitude. As soon as he saw the Devers, he said flatteringly, I have long heard that the consul of Amendola is a hero favored by the god of hell. Seeing you today, you are indeed very different from ordinary people. The Devers smiled and said, General Armicles, why have you come to Turii? Armicles didn't answer directly. He said with emotion, Sir Devers, Turii, Amendola, and Castellan have a very deep history. We are all children of Sybaris. When Turii was founded, there were also some people who were descendants of Sybaris. We all come from the same place. In the past, when Sybaris was strong, Castellan and Amendola had a lot of relations. How peaceful it was at that time. Unfortunately, after the fall of Sybaris, Castellan was forced to join Crotonnet's alliance and was bullied. Fortunately, the establishment of Turii allowed Castellan to become independent and enjoy a peaceful life for almost 40 years. When Crotone's army attacked Turii, Castellan was small and weak and had no choice but to join Crotone's army. Castellan is sandwiched between the Crotone and the Tua alliance. It is very difficult for them to remain neutral. The Devers interrupted him and said seriously, since Castellan has a very deep relationship with Turii and Amendola, why don't they rejoin our side? Crotone and we are currently negotiating. If an agreement is reached, Crotone will not interfere with Castellan's voluntary choice. As long as Castellan and the Tua alliance become allies, we will unconditionally release the captives of Castellan. As an ally of the Tua alliance, we will not interfere with Castellan's internal affairs. We don't need you to pay tribute. We only need you to agree to 2 conditions. What 2 conditions? Armicles asked eagerly. It was obvious that he was a little moved. The Devers smiled and said, first, after forming an alliance, Castellan will not sign any kind of agreement or covenant with other cities and forces. Second, when the Tua alliance goes out to war, Castellan must send troops to participate. The generals of the Tua alliance will have the right to command the entire army. After the battle, the spoils obtained will be distributed according to the ratio of troops sent by both sides. Armicles carefully thought about the 2 conditions and the benefits of joining the alliance. His eyes gradually lit up. After more than a day of negotiations, the ceasefire agreement between Crotone and the Tua alliance was finally settled. First, Crotone would compensate the Tua alliance with 30 talent in one go. It was very different from Marigi's initial asking price, but there was no other way. Crotone had only suffered a small setback. In addition to this war and the previous war with the Bruti, the 2 consecutive wars had greatly depleted Crotone's treasury. If the asking price was too high, the agreement would not be reached. Second, the ransom of each captive was 200 drachmas, and they would have to serve in the Tua alliance for half a year. The Tua alliance had to ensure the safety and health of each captive and allow family visits. Including the captives of Asprostum and Zilliton, the Tua alliance had more than 6,000 captives from Crotone and its allies. The price of each captive was equivalent to 4 cows. The price was not too high, but it was not too low either. If all the captives were ransomed, the Tua alliance would earn 200 talent. Furthermore, the Tua alliance only provided the captives with basic food and lodging. If they wanted to feed and clothe the captives, they would have to rely on Crotone and its allies. In fact, in the end, the captives' food was all provided by their families. The Tua alliance used the free labor of 6,000 captives for half a year. The families of the captives also brought in extra food and lodging for Turii. Chapter 155. Thirdly, Crotone would not interfere with Castellan's alliance with the Tua alliance, but Crimea must remain neutral. After all, Crimea was very close to Crotone. Joining the Tua alliance was like a sharp knife pressed against Crotone's abdomen. Of course, Lysias could not agree. Marigi did not insist either, because the Tua alliance did not have enough power to help Crimea defend against enemy attacks. However, the Devers still decided to release the Crimissa captives in half a year according to the terms of the ransom with Crotone. The Crimissa emissary thanked them profusely and promised, "We will no longer be enemies with the Tua alliance." Fourthly, the Tua alliance could not form an alliance with Rockley or sign any agreement against Crotone. This was strongly requested by Lysias. Marigi pretended to be troubled. In fact, the Devers told him in private, "We have no plans to form an alliance with Rockley at the moment to avoid angering Crotone and causing the negotiations to fail." Marigi used this as a bargaining chip to force Lysias to make concessions in other aspects. Fifthly, from the date the agreement was signed, Crotone and the Tua alliance would maintain peace for 3 years. After that, the agreement could be renewed depending on the situation. The Crotone emissaries returned to their motherland with the preliminary agreement. After the council's confirmation, they entered the city of Turii again. The attentive Lysias noticed that the walls of Turii no longer had any traces of smoke and fire. The collapsed areas had been patched with newly built bricks and mortar. From a distance, it looked brand new. He was shocked by the efficiency and enthusiasm of the Turii. In fact, he did not want to have any more conflict with the Tua alliance. However, before he left, Myron reminded him repeatedly that even if they wanted to sign a truce, it could not be for more than 2 years. Lysias understood that most of the generals and council members of Crotone, led by Myron, were not willing to accept this defeat. They were still planning to take revenge in the future. Crotone was famous in Greece for its athletic competition. The people's personalities were also branded with the qualities of athletes who did not want to admit defeat. This was somewhat similar to the Eminderans of the Tua alliance that he had been in contact with for more than 2 days. Lucius sighed softly and led the group into the tourist camp again. Apart from changing the time limit to 2 years, the other contents of the armistice agreement did not change much. Both sides sacrificed livestock to Apollo, chanted the name of the god aloud, and swore that the Crotone and Tua alliance would never violate the armistice agreement. Finally, they signed their names and the names of their respective city-states. Why sacrifice to Apollo? Because Crotone and the former tourists both worshipped Apollo as the patron saint of the city, it was easier for both sides to abide by the agreement. With the agreement reached, Lucius was in a hurry to return. The Devers and the others would not hold him back. Before sending Lucius onto the ship, the Devers said sincerely, "I hope the Crotone and the Tua alliance will never fight again." The Devers' sharp gaze made Lucius feel that the young consul had already seen through Myron and the others' tricks. He immediately said, "Apollo above, this is also my sincere wish." Standing at the bow of the ship and looking at the construction site of Talii City that was still bustling with noise, looking at the merchant ships that were shuttling back and forth at the estuary, Lucius left Talii with a heart full of worries. The Devers and the others watched Crotone's ship leave from the dock. Cornelius let out a long sigh. "We're safe now." "Yes, we're safe for now. I'm afraid Crotone will attack us in 2 years." Kinagarata said calmly. "That's right. Otherwise, they wouldn't have specifically asked for a shorter armistice. Therefore, we must make full use of these 2 years to strengthen the Tua alliance as soon as possible, so that no faction that covets us will dare to invade us." The Devers encouraged the group. "That's right." The group's spirits were roused. Consul, look at the compensation money in this armistice." Marigi immediately wanted to make a request. The Devers interrupted him and said, "All the compensation money will go to the national treasury, and Mercies will be in charge of safekeeping." Mercies instantly beamed with joy. "The Reconstruction Committee will be in charge of planning, managing, and spending the money. Just like the supplies we seized previously, it will all be used for the daily expenses of the people, the reconstruction of the city, and public works. Any department that needs to spend money will have to apply to the committee, and only after obtaining approval can they receive the funds. The treasurer will also be in charge of supervision." After the Devers finished speaking, Mercies winked at Marigi. Marigi was so angry that he turned around, not wanting to see him. "Also, on the first day of every month, Mercies, you must give a detailed report on the receipt and spending of the national treasury to the Senate meeting. If anything goes wrong, you will take full responsibility." The Devers said sternly. "Yes," Mercies replied weakly. "Alexis, go and tell the captives the contents of the agreement. Since the Crotone won't let them mine, we'll let them build roads. Build a road that connects Heraclea, Amendalara, Turii, and Castellan. Let Heracleid's son, that young Heracleid, yes, that's him, let him be the commander of the entire road project. He'll bring a group of craftsmen to supervise and manage according to the blueprints." "Yes, Consul, Supervisor Alexis replied. "I can understand building a road that connects Heraclea, Amendalara, and Turii. Why do we need to connect it to Castellan? Since the Crotone might launch an attack in 2 years, Castellan won't be able to stop them. Won't it make it easier for the enemy to advance if we build a road?" Ansitanos asked doubtfully. The other Turii elders were all concerned. The Devers explained seriously, "If we build a road that connects to Castellan, our personnel and trade with Castellan will be more frequent, and our relationship will be closer. Castellan will be more dependent on us. With a road, our army and supplies will be able to reach Castellan faster. Castellan is also our ally now. We have a responsibility to maintain its safety. In the future, Castellan will be our front line to defend against the enemies in the south. Of course, building a road will make it easier for the enemy to attack us, so we'll try our best to keep the enemy out of our territory so that they can't use our road. Ansitanos and Kunigarada were deep in thought. Some of the others were encouraged, while others were doubtful. After a busy day, the Devers returned to his tent late at night. He found someone waiting for him in the tent. "Andrea, why are you here? Did something happen to Christoya?" The Devers asked hurriedly. Andrea bowed respectfully. "Honorable Consul, Madam didn't want to disturb your work because she saw that you were busy rebuilding Turiai, but I think I should still tell you about it." "What is it?" the Devers asked eagerly. "A few days ago, Madam kept vomiting and couldn't eat. I suspected that she was pregnant, so I asked Sir Herpes to examine her, and it turned out to be the case." As soon as Andrea finished speaking, the Devers was pleasantly surprised. He asked again, "Is Christoya really pregnant?" "It's true, sir." "That's great. That's great." The Devers hugged Andrea excitedly and spun a few rounds on the spot, completely ignoring Andrea's shyness. "Marcius!" he cried, shouting toward the outside. "Marcius! What's the matter, sir?" Marcius walked in. "Hurry and get the horses. I want to go back to Amendola," the Devers said eagerly. "Sir, it's too late now. It's not safe on the road. Let's go back tomorrow," Marcius advised. "I can't wait. Christoya is pregnant. I'm going to be a father. I want to go back and see her immediately." "Immediately," the Devers said with determination and excitement. "Congratulations, sir. This is a gift from Hera. If that's the case, we'll escort you back," Marcius said happily. "Okay." The group of people rode out of the camp. The hurried sound of hooves woke up many people in the camp. "Who's riding the camp this late? It's against the rules. I heard that the consul's wife is pregnant. He's rushing home." "Really? That's great news." Late at night, the quiet camp was filled with cheers. The Devers hurried home and went upstairs. He saw a little head poking out of the door and looking outside vigilantly. "Cynthia." He picked up his little daughter and kissed her hard. "It's so late. Why aren't you sleeping? I need to spank you. You woke me up." Cynthia wiped the saliva off her face with her little hand and pouted. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I apologize." The Devers smiled and patted her head. "Where's my brother?" "He's sleeping in there." "Where's Mom?" Cynthia hesitated and pointed to the master bedroom. The Devers put her down and patted her butt. "Go to sleep." Then he strode to the master bedroom. Christoya was reading an account book under the oil lamp. Hearing the footsteps, she turned around and was surprised. "Why are you back? If I didn't come back, you would have kept it from me, right?" The Devers pretended to be angry. He sat next to Christoya and hugged her with one hand and patted her plump but with the other. "How dare you not tell me that we have a child? Do you think you deserve to be punished? You know everything." Christoya put her arms around the Devers' neck. "Did Andrea tell you?" Chapter 156. Devers gently stroked Christoya's smooth belly and said, "Until our child is born. Do you hear me?" Despite Devers' domineering tone, Christoya enjoyed his strict attitude. She rested her head on Devers' chest and replied softly, "Got it." Devers gently moved the sleeping Christoya away and carefully got out of bed. He tiptoed to the side room and lit the oil lamp in the alcove beside the window. The flickering light illuminated a smiling bronze statue of Hera. Devers knelt down and prayed sincerely for the first time. His eyes were filled with tears of excitement, but what came out of his mouth was not Hera's hymn. "Dear father and mother, do you know? Your son has a child in this world. I hope you can bless him to come to this world smoothly, grow up healthily, continue my bloodline, and pass on my career." In the palace on Ortygia, Dionysius was discussing important matters with Philistos and Leptines. At this time, his chief of intelligence, Hipporinus, walked up to him and handed him a piece of information. Dionysius read it and could not believe it. "Is this true? I've confirmed it before. When has there ever been a mistake?" Hipporinus said coldly. Dionysius did not care about Hipporinus' attitude. After all, Hipporinus was his father-in-law and was one of his colleagues who firmly supported him in the process of obtaining power in Syracuse. Dionysius exclaimed loudly, "Unbelievable! That young leader of the mercenaries won again. And this time, he even defeated Crotone, the troublemaker of Rockley. It was just a sneak attack." After reading the information from his brother, Leptines clearly did not appreciate the way Devers won. "My brother, you must understand, whether it's a sneak attack or a head-on battle, as long as he can win, it's praiseworthy. And he was able to win twice in a row despite being outnumbered. It seems that this person is indeed a powerful general," Dionysius said seriously. He suddenly sighed. Devers. What a pity. What a pity. My lord, do you still want to recruit him?" Philistos asked. Dionysius shook his head. He's obviously not satisfied with being a mercenary leader. He succeeded in becoming Amendollara's life consul. Now that he's defeated Crotone, I'm afraid he's thinking about how to bring Turin under his rule. This young man is not simple. I've underestimated him. Looks like I'll have to pay more attention to him in the future. Got it, Hipporinus replied. Dionysius sighed to himself when he saw Leptinius's nonchalant look. This brother of his was loyal and diligent, but he was a little lacking in scheming. But it was precisely because of this that Dionysius had entrusted the heavy responsibility to him, and not to those with ulterior motives. The lesson of his father-in-law, Hermocrates, must be kept in mind. Hermocrates was Dionysius's former father-in-law, the leader of Syracuse, and the hero who defeated the invasion of Athens. The Democrats of Syracuse were worried that he would be a dictator, so they instigated the people to expel him. He even led the people of Sicily to resist Carthage's attack. In the end, the Democrats of Syracuse were so terrified by his brilliance that they tricked him back to Syracuse and killed him. By the way, how's Herolus now? Dionysius remembered the man he had neglected. He's been quiet for the past few months, Hipporinus said. So, Dionysius said to Philistos, Herolus has rested long enough. Philly, call him back to help you prepare for the war this time. Yes. Philistos's face was full of joy. Dionysius looked at Philistos, then at Hipporinus, and thought of Herolus far away in Egypt. It was these people who firmly supported him in his most difficult times that he was where he was today. Herolus should still be loyal to him. This time, it was just a small warning to him, so that he would not speak carelessly in the future. After instructing Philistos to do this, Dionysius felt a lot more relaxed. He turned his attention to the matter he was most concerned about. How's the migration of the Leontini to Syracuse going? It's all settled. They're busy adapting to the new environment, so their performance is considered stable, Philistos replied. That's good. Dionysius turned to look at Leptinus. How's the progress of the craftsmen making that thing? It's a success. Leptinus was waiting for his brother to ask about it. He said excitedly, It's too powerful. It's a weapon of the god of war. It can shoot a stone weighing 10 pounds 100 meters away. A normal city wall would definitely collapse if it was hit by a dozen stones. Very good. Reward the craftsmen for me and get them to make more of these things, but keep it a secret. If anyone leaks it, I'll kill their entire family. Dionysius said viciously. Next year, I'll give the Carthage a shock. Why don't we attack now? Leptinus asked, puzzled. We've already conquered the Greek city-states in eastern Sicily outside of Messina. We have a large army and powerful siege weapons. The cities of Carthage and western Sicily cannot withstand our attack. We have to be careful when dealing with Carthage, because they can transport thousands of soldiers from Africa at any time. We have to be 100% confident before we go to war. Dionysius said in an unquestionable tone. During this period, Cunegurata had been busy with the reconstruction of Thurii. He stayed at the camp every night, and it was rare for him to find the time to go back to Amendollara. After dinner, his eldest son, Sostatus, rushed back when he heard the news. He shouted with a smile on his face, Father, you're finally back. Yeah, Cunegurata snorted. I heard that you've been wandering around and didn't participate in the reconstruction of Turiai. Are you still a citizen of the Tua Alliance? I should be thankful that I didn't applaud when the city of Turiai was destroyed. It's impossible for me to work with those murderers who killed my brother and bullied my sister. So Status looked indignant. At the same time, he explained, but I haven't been wandering around either. I participated in the military training organized by Amandalra 4 times. To be honest, the military training in Amandalra is quite complicated and arduous. I almost died of exhaustion after each training session. No wonder, Amen. No, our public militia is so strong. Also, the football game invented by the consul is quite interesting. When Status mentioned his dead brother and sister, it was as if the scar in Kunigarada's heart had been reopened, causing him to look dejected. When Status noticed this, he immediately changed the topic. He pretended to be excited and said, "Other than military training, I've been helping the commercial officer, Sir Marigi, the rest of the time. Father, you don't know this, but ever since we spread the news that Turiai needs a large amount of resources for reconstruction, a large number of merchant ships have come from all directions. Our market tax rate is low, our service is good, and our management is strict. The merchants from all the cities are full of praises for us. Now, the merchants who have settled and have filled up our port. The market that was just built isn't enough anymore. We have to expand it, but all the manpower is with you now. I think Sir Marigi will come to you the day after tomorrow at the latest." Is that true? Kunigarada had been staying in Turiai all this time, so he had no time to inspect the port. He did not expect that Marigi and his men had roughly built a port and market at the estuary in Sabaris 2 months ago. It had become so prosperous in such a short time. Of course it's true. I helped Sir Marigi keep the books, so I remember it very clearly. We spent about 10 talent every day to buy the materials we need for reconstruction. At the same time, we earn 8 talent from the taxes we collect and the goods we sell. Where else do you think you get the resources other than wood and stone to build this city? Status said confidently. Devers are good at using people. I didn't expect Marigi, a Persia, to be so good at business. Kunigarada exclaimed. He glanced at his son and said calmly, "Tell me, what do you want from me?" Kunigarada knew his son very well. The warehouses and hotels at the foot of Mount Amandalra were burned down by the Crotone people. Now, the Crotone captives are about to rebuild them. I heard from Sir Marigi that he wants to auction off these new warehouses and hotels and rent them to the people of the Tua Alliance to earn money. I want to join, but I don't have enough money. I want to borrow some from you, father. How much do you want? 5 talent. Status said after mustering his courage. That was almost half of Kunigarada's wealth. Are you going to rent them all? Yes, father. The merchant ships of Turiai are gathering, but our port hasn't been built yet. A lot of merchants and sailors can't find a place to stay or store their goods. On the other hand, there are warehouses and hotels in Amandalra. Moreover, the road between the 2 cities is under construction. I think we can earn a lot of money by taking these warehouses and hotels. Status said confidently. Chapter 157. Kunigarada sighed with a pained expression and said, "The Devers built these warehouses and hotels in Amandura in hopes of increasing revenue for the treasury and benefiting the people at the same time. You're monopolizing all the warehouses and hotels, and we're outsiders. What do you think the people of Amandura will think? I think doing business is the same as managing a city. It's not just about making money, it's also about winning the people's hearts." Kunigarada warned his son earnestly. In fact, he really wanted to say that Devers was the role model for Status to learn from. After observing him for a while, he realized that the young leader was not only talented in military affairs, but he was also a genius in politics. Just look at every proposal he put forward. He always considered the problem from the perspective of the city-state and the people. He rarely took care of his personal interests. Therefore, people seem to have forgotten that he was actually the only lifelong consul. As long as the Devers were like this, Kunigarada was willing to work for him. "Father, I understand. So Status answered reluctantly after some thought. It's good that you understand. Cunagurata smiled in relief. He thought of something and asked, So Status, it seems like you're preparing to go into business instead of public service. Can't I be a public servant and a businessman in the Tua alliance at the same time? So Status asked doubtfully. Of course you can. Since you like to stay in the market, why don't you become a tax collector under Marigi? But you have to pass a test. Test? How can I be a tax collector if I can't count? That's too easy for me. In a few days, the Tua Alliance Public Service Law proposed by the Consul Devers will be promulgated. All Tua Alliance citizens will have the right to hold public service and receive a salary. Cunagurata decided to give his son a hint. Isn't that the same as the Athens Games? So Status exclaimed, It's not quite the same as the Athens Games. You'll understand when the time comes. Cunagurata said calmly, but he was sighing in his heart. The promulgation of this law will probably make the people who already support the Devers love him even more. What an amazing young man who dared to think and act. 3 months after the peace treaty between the Tua Union and the Crotone was signed, the road from the ferry of the Sini River to Thurii was completed. On the same day, the Lacanians who had participated in the construction of the road were rewarded by the Tua Union Senate. Half a year of labor was reduced. Thus the Lacanians were reduced to 1.5 years' labor. 2.5 years' labor had been reduced for the war with Crotone. And because we captured Melantius and other high-ranking officers, another half a year was reduced. Of course, they and the Crotone captives had to continue repairing the road to Castellan. After the road between Heraclea and Thurii was built, the wide, flat, and solid road sped up the movement of pedestrians and carts. The journey time was reduced by at least 2/5, and it was especially convenient for vehicles. In fact, when the slaves and captives were familiar with the process of building the road, the progress was very fast. The main difficulty was the bridge. This section of the road had to cross 4 rivers. Apart from the Sini River, which was on the border between Amendolara and Heraclea, there was already a pontoon bridge. It was impossible to enter Heraclea to build a bridge, so 3 more bridges had to be built. Moreover, the Devers demanded that the bridge must be flat, not pontoon or arch bridges, so that it would be easier to transport goods. Little Heraclid spent most of his time thinking about how to build the bridge. He consulted not only his father, but also experienced carpenters, and even 2 Pythagorean apprentices on what geometrical supports would make the bridge more stable. After thinking it through, he presented his bridge plan to the Devers, which was approved by the Devers. However, the consul made a request that the captives should not be allowed to build the bridge, but the citizen soldiers should be allowed to participate. At the same time, the Devers also ordered that on a military training day, the soldiers must participate in the construction of the road in the morning. The Devers wanted the soldiers to master the skills of building roads and bridges, so that they could be prepared for future battles. Heraclid, Jr., directed the soldiers to first tie the logs in pairs, sharpen one end, and drive it into the riverbed at an angle. Then, 10 meters parallel to the tree stump, another set of logs was driven into the riverbed, symmetrically and obliquely. Then, between the 2 sets of logs, a stout log was placed in the gap at the top of the logs, for the 2 logs were fixed together. Then, after fastening and tying the logs together, row after row of piers was completed. Then, they laid planks on the piers to make the bridge deck, and the main body of the bridge was completed. The subsequent work was much easier. They made guardrails, added supports to the piers to prevent long-term water impacts, and so on. After 7 days, the first 15-meter-long, 9-meter-wide flat bridge was built across the Burano River. With the experience of the first bridge, the construction of the subsequent bridges was even faster. When it came to the construction of the 3rd bridge, it only took 2 days to complete. The Devers were full of praise and asked little Heraclid to write the steps of building the wooden bridge into the military law of the Union of Tua to guide the army in battle. Young Heraclid was greatly encouraged, but then he was troubled, for the bridge over the Crati was even more difficult. Though it was to be built west of the city of Turi, where the pontoon bridge had once stood, and with the delta as a buffer, The Cassini was still more than 20 yards wide, and the water was too deep to cross. Little Heraclid had to first figure out how to drive the bridge piles into the riverbed more easily and steadily. Just as he was thinking hard, the Devers, in order to encourage and stimulate him, said, "Now the Union of Tua is only building wooden bridges. In the future, we will build stone bridges, and 3-layer galley warships can pass under the bridges. If you can do all these, then you'll become a master bridge builder and be remembered by future generations." The Devers' words made little Heraclid feel pressured, but at the same time, it ignited his fighting spirit. A few days later, the reconstruction of Turiai came to an end for the time being. Countless free people flocked to the registration office. Raphias, the registrar, received tens of thousands of applications to become Turiai citizens in a single day. He was so busy that he had to ask the Senate to send more people. The Senate was also holding a meeting to discuss the construction of a large square to accommodate tens of thousands of citizens to hold meetings and gather troops when the Union went to war. "I have no objection to the construction of a large square." From Raphia's letter for help, we can see that our official citizens will easily exceed 10,000 in a few years. After nearly half a year of training as the chief executive of the city of Amendola, especially the work of rebuilding Tali in the past 3 months, Cornelius had gained a lot of experience and confidence. He talked and laughed calmly in front of dozens of elders, even eliciting a knowing laugh from the group of elders. Then Cornelius raised another question, "But I doubt that the Senate needs to build a meeting hall for 600 people. Right now, the Senate has less than 50 people. Building such a large meeting hall will not only waste the manpower and resources for the reconstruction of Turiai, but also make us sit in such a large meeting hall to discuss issues. It won't be nice either." Some of the senators agreed with Cornelius' words. At this moment, the Devers stood up from the grass. The senators of the Tua Union were holding a meeting in the open space of the camp because the hall had not been built yet. He immediately attracted everyone's attention. Not only was it his proposal to build a large meeting hall, but to the Turiai senators who had just survived a disaster, the Devers, who had saved Turiai twice and was the highest authority in the new union, was in awe of him. The reconstruction of Turiai is not only to rebuild our people's homes, but also to consider and plan for the future development of the union. Therefore, we have built better roads, better bridges, better ports, bigger squares, more orderly streets, and an elevated water bridge that has never been seen before. In the future, the new city of Turiai will be one of the most beautiful cities in Greece and even the whole Greek world. Then, the Senate, as the center of power of the Union, the place where the elites of the Union have to discuss and decide the life and death of the Union, the place where the people pay attention to and the neighbors often visit, will remain the same as before. We can be frugal, but the people will not agree. They will say, "Look, that little Senate doesn't match our beautiful city at all. It makes our beautiful Turiai look ugly." The senators chuckled, and many nodded in agreement with the Devers. At this moment, someone said, "Lord Consul, we can make the meeting hall more beautiful, but we don't have to make it so big." The Devers found the voice a little strange. He looked at it and saw that it was Polixis, whom he had met once before. He nodded and said, "I propose to build a meeting hall that can hold 600 people. I'm thinking about the future. The elders of Amendrara know that there were only about 20 people in the Senate half a year ago. Now there are close to 50. Perhaps in the future, we will have to invite other city-states or tribes to join our alliance. Shouldn't we bring the elites and tribal leaders of their city-states into the Senate, just like what we're doing now? Let the new city-states and the alliance become one, stabilize the hearts of the new citizens, and ensure their interests." That's right. For example, 1 year later, the Vespa tribe will ask to join us and become citizens of the Union. Or Castellan. Maybe one day it will also ask to join the Union. Chapter 158. It was the first time that the tourists had heard of the Devers' ambition, and they were all very surprised. Bucko's eyes widened as he looked at the Devers, who was standing in the circle and talking freely. He remembered that he had gone to great lengths to invite him to Greece, because he was a capable mercenary leader. He did not expect this young man to have such great ambitions. Not only did he want to save tourists, but he also wanted to change the political situation of Greece. According to the Devers, a council of 600 people meant that the alliance would have to merge many city-states. The other Tali people were also whispering to each other. Some of them even asked the people around them, "Who is Vespa?" They were either doubtful or excited, but most of them did not raise any objections. After all, it was with the help of Amendolara, led by the Devers, that the tourists in them were lucky enough to be reborn. Before they were familiar with the young senator's style, they did not dare to raise any objections. Only Polixis asked, "There has to be a limit to the number of people in the Senate, right? It can't be expanded indefinitely." 600 people. This new hall can only accommodate 600 people. When this number is full, I believe that the situation of our alliance will be very different. At that time, there might be new laws and a new council, the Devers said without hesitation. The confidence of the Devers made Polixis jealous. When they first met, the young man had to look at him when he wanted to talk to him, so he could not help but say, "Unfortunately, I'm afraid I won't be able to see that day while I'm still alive." As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed. The Devers stared at him and said calmly, "Sir Polixis, I believe that you will see it." In an instant, Polixis felt the back of his shirt soaked in cold sweat. Although the Devers did not reprimand him, he felt an invisible pressure. He quickly lowered his head and did not say another word. Kinagarada quickly changed the topic. "Mr. Consul, senators in the Senate are lifelong. These outsiders have become senators through this method. How can alliance citizens become senators? Although your question has nothing to do with whether to build the Senate chamber or not, I'm still willing to tell you my thoughts." Devers retracted his gaze, organized his words, and slowly said, "Our current public officials are elected once a year. I don't think this practice is very appropriate. For example, if Amintas was elected as the supervisor, Amintas immediately shouted, 'Sir, I'm not interested in architecture at all.'" Everyone burst into laughter. "I know, it's just a metaphor." Devers also laughed. "Amintas doesn't know anything about architecture, but in this position, he has to serve the people, so he has to devote his energy to understanding and learning. By the time he grasps the basics of construction and understands the needs of the various parts of the alliance, his term will be up. In this year, he will have done almost no effective work. If he is given another year, his work as a supervisor will definitely be much better than the first year, because he will have a basic understanding of the entire construction aspect of the alliance and the needs of every city for public buildings. So in the third year, his work efficiency will be even higher because he is already completely familiar with it. He can apply for funds from the Senate and instruct architects, craftsmen, laborers, and slaves to build large buildings and maintain public facilities, and he has already achieved some results. Don't you all agree? Everyone nodded thoughtfully. Amintas shouted, "Yes." Everyone laughed again. So, the selection of public officials in the alliance is both a waste of time and inefficient, so we should break it. But as for the specific number of years for each public official, we will discuss it in the future. Now, back to the problem of Kinagarada. Devers faced everyone and said seriously, "According to the bill we are about to promulgate, every citizen has the right to hold public office. In my opinion, a citizen who has just reached adulthood at the age of 18 and wants to become a senator of the Senate, first he must hold 3 or more of the lowest public office for 5 years, such as being a patrolman, firefighter, household register scribe, and so on. At the same time, he must also join the army and participate in at least 2 major battles, and so on. Only then is he qualified to apply to the Senate for a higher level of public office. At this time, he has rich work experience at the bottom level, a strong body, and is familiar with war. Based on his performance, ability, and specialty, the Senate can decide whether to appoint him as a city defense captain, fire captain, household register, supervisor, commercial officer, financial officer, inspector, and other mid-level positions. This is when he is about 30 years old. Next, he must hold 2 or more mid-level public offices and be a company captain or even a brigade captain in the army for 3 years. At this time, he should be 40 years old. At this time, He will become mature, familiar with politics, able to handle complicated situations, and able to lead troops to war. At this time, he can apply to join the Senate, and the Senate will decide whether he can become a senator based on his performance. And the chief executive of a city can only be a senator in the Senate. I don't know if you accept my idea. Yes. Yes. Young people should exercise more. The senators shouted in unison. We don't have to worry about it for at least 20 years. This was the idea of a few mediocre people. The senators selected in this way would definitely be the best of the best. An idiot like Neonsith would never become the chief general in the alliance again. Kinagarada completely agreed with this idea in his heart. It seemed that he had to hold more public office and accumulate administrative experience, so that he wouldn't be looked down by young people in the future. Only a hardworking person like Helos had this idea. Most of the senators agreed with the Devers' idea, because whether it was the extension of the term of public office or the restriction of being a city's chief executive, it was more to protect the interests of the current Senate senators. However, some people raised objections. There are only so many public offices in the alliance, Ansatanos said with concern. If the term of office is extended, I'm afraid many people won't be able to get it. There are only so many positions now, Ansatanos said with concern. But in the future, there might be people who will rush to a city hundreds of miles away to take up the position. By that time, every city will probably need low-level officials, such as low-level census officers and low-level financial officers. Then, they will be managed by high-level officials, such as census officers and high-level financial officers under the Senate. We, the Senate, need to establish a committee to supervise, manage, and evaluate the performance of these public officials. The ambition contained in the Devers' words made some people excited and some doubtful. But overall, everyone was very happy because the establishment of a new committee would give many idle senators something to do, and they would have a lot of power too. Only Merces was anxious. There will be so many public offices in the future. How much will their salaries be? Everyone laughed again. The Devers had no choice but to say, we'll discuss the salary later. The resolution to build a 600-person Senate meeting hall was passed, and the next step was to discuss the construction of the temple. Logically speaking, there was no need to discuss the construction of the temple. They could just rebuild the temple on the original site. The senators didn't have much objection to this, and the resolution was about to be passed. At this moment, Plesinus stood up and loudly expressed his opinion. I oppose the reconstruction of the Temple of Apollo. Everyone was stunned. Plesinus was very satisfied with the effect of his words. He glanced at the Devers, completely ignoring the surprised expressions of the crowd, and continued loudly. Because our devotion to Apollo did not exchange for the protection of the sun god. The betrayal of the freedmen, the occupation of Turin, the entire city was crying, but Apollo turned a blind eye to it. Even the gods couldn't stand his inaction, so his temple was also spurned and burned to ashes in the flames. Plesinus blamed the destruction of Turin on Apollo, which seemed to be blasphemy. But Apollo, as the guardian of Turin, couldn't even protect his temple in the end. This indeed made the senators who believed in divine omens feel a little strange after Plesinus' reminder. Did Apollo give up on Turin? The Devers looked at Plesinus with interest. Then, who saved the Turin citizens and avenged the Turin? Without a doubt, it was the citizens of Amandara. But which god was supporting the army of Amandara? Look at the flag held high by the heroic militia. Isn't that Hades waving his trident and bringing death to the Crotone? It was also Hades who protected the mercenaries in the hot spring swamp, allowing the Grim Reaper to raise the winds of the underworld, easily taking away the lives of 8,000 Lacanians. Now that Turin has been reborn from the ruins, Amandara and Turin have become one. As the guardian of Amandara's army, Hades is also the Hades who saved Turin twice. This is the reason why Apollo backed down, and we can't forget his gift and protection. Therefore, the new temple of Turin should be built in Hades' temple to protect the eternal peace and tranquility of Turin. When Plesinus finished speaking, the senators were in an uproar. Kunigarata turned his head and peeked at the Devers, only to find that he was equally surprised. Did Plesinus make this decision on his own? Plesinus, you should know that Apollo is the main god that the Greek city-states worship. The other one is Hera. It's because of his protection that our ancestors were able to reach Greece and build their own city-states. Apollo is very important to the Turians. Ansitanos reminded him. That's right, Plesinus. Of course I know that. The citizens can still build the altar of Apollo and continue to worship him, but as the guardian of the city-states, his inaction has ended his mission. We need a new, stronger god who is more willing to protect us and give peace to the Turan in this chaotic world. Therefore, we should build a temple of Hades in our citadel, Plesinus said proudly. Chapter 159. Plesinus was obviously well prepared. He said calmly, "Don't forget, Hades is still in charge of the Elysium. That is a happy place where you don't have to worry about death, not having to worry about clothes, not having to worry about anything, not having to worry about anything, and not having to worry about anything. It is the place where all Greeks yearn to go after they die. What's more, as the Lord of Hell, Hades controls the wealth of the underground. He can bless our alliance's territory with more minerals. As for saying that it's gloomy and scary, that's only for our enemies because it brings death to our enemies, but it brings us victory. That's right, I love Hades." Amyntas cheered. "I agree to build the Temple of Hades. He has already brought us victory, and he will bring us more. Our Lord Consul is a descendant of Hades. With Hades as a protector, the alliance will receive even more protection." The former mercenary elders expressed their approval one after another, creating a lot of noise. Polixus sat down resentfully, and the others couldn't stand up to object at this moment. Devers patted his thigh with his left hand and watched this scene calmly. He really didn't communicate with Plesinus beforehand, and because he was busy during this period of time, he didn't think about this at all. However, he didn't expect Plesinus to give him a huge surprise, making him realize that there were indeed many things that could be done. His brain worked quickly as he thought about the pros and cons of this. He then stood up, and everyone's eyes focused on him again. Everyone, when we are helpless, we pray to the gods. When we are lost, we pray to the gods. The gods not only have great divine power, but they can also give us enlightenment in terms of wisdom and heart. Hades is a god who can give a lot of help to the people. Not only can he bring victory to our army and protect the peace of the city, but he can also enlighten the people at the same time. You see, good people can go to Elysium after death and live a happy life, but evil people can't escape the judgment of the three judges, Milos, Radamantos, and Iago, and finally go to hell to suffer. Hades is a just and selfless god-king. Once his temple is built in the city, it will always remind the people that even if the wicked are temporarily not bound by the law, they will not be able to escape the punishment of the nether purgatory after death. This will force them to repent and do good as much as possible while they are still alive. As for the people who do good, worshipping the temple of Hades will also encourage them not to give up their good hearts because of temporary grievances, because the beautiful Elysium will call to them. In this way, the morals of the people of the Alliance will become better, the order of the city will be more orderly, and the people will get along better. Am I right? I agree. With the Temple of Hades, my work will be much easier. Inspector Antonios immediately echoed loudly. Just when some people were still hesitating, the Devers continued. I have a suggestion for the construction of the Temple of Hades. We can have 2 temples, one main and one auxiliary. The main temple should be in bright and cheerful colors, with a happy picture of Elysium painted around it. Hades should be gentle and kind. The auxiliary temple should be dark and terrifying, with a tragic scene of hell around it. Hades should be dignified and selfless. In addition, we can also build a temple of heroes in the main temple. All the people who died for the Alliance and the city should have their names engraved on it, so that they can enjoy the people's reverence and worship. I think their heroic souls must also be accompanying Hades in Elysium. Dave's talked about his idea with some emotion, especially the last sentence that moved the elders. In the end, they decided to build the Temple of Hades. Then, the Devers proposed that the construction of the temple should be handed over to Pleasantness, which was approved. Putting Pleasantness in charge of the Alliance's most important public construction project was not only because Divers wanted to repay Pleasantness' good intentions, but also because it was his proposal to build the Temple of Hades. Since he was in charge of it, he would naturally redouble his efforts to build it. When the meeting ended, Pleasantness came to thank them in private, and the Devers also reminded him to communicate with Heraclete. The next topic of discussion was the issue of distribution of Turin land. Originally, Melanchus had massacred the nobles and rich merchants in Turin. Among the remaining citizens, except for Bacchus, Polixus, Oriphis, Enanilus, Massicus, and a few others, there were almost no big landowners left. Because the original city of Turin had been destroyed, everyone had lost the proof of their land. In order to avoid disputes and ensure fairness, the newly established Alliance Senate redistributed the land of the original Turin citizens. Basically, each household was guaranteed 5 acres of land, and most people had no objections. After all, it was already a blessing from the gods for those who had lost their homes to regain land. Moreover, most of the Turin citizens did not have so much land in the past. Only a few people expressed objections, and Polixus was the one who objected the most. His reason was simple. Everyone knew that his family used to have more than 500 acres of land, but now they were only given 5 acres, not even a fraction of that. This was too unfair for the Senate to do. When he made a fuss, people like Oriphis, Massicus, and the others watched with cold eyes. The Devers quietly asked Bacchus to stand up and take the lead in expressing that he was willing to give up his original land and accept the new distribution. At the same time, he secretly asked Amyntas and the others to stand up and criticize Polixus. He even warned him that the original Turin had been destroyed, and although the new city was being rebuilt, it had nothing to do with the former Turin. If anyone insisted on associating the original city with the new one, then they should properly account for the crimes that some people had committed in the destruction of Turin. He believed that the people would not just expel these accomplices who had destroyed their families. Polixus was scared out of his wits and no longer dared to oppose. Naturally, the others could only agree. In fact, it was the greed in their hearts that was causing trouble. They did not consider that in this war, they had not only lost land and money, but also a large number of people and slaves. Even if they were given more land, they would not have enough people to work in a short period of time, and they would not even be able to support such a large population. After this bill was passed, the land that was previously allocated to some of the citizens of Amendola was also made up for. The Zibari plain was vast and fertile. After distributing the land to the citizens of the Alliance, the Senate discovered that less than 1/10 of the Zibari plain had been allocated, and there was still a large amount of land left uncultivated. For the Tua Alliance that was in dire need of money and food, how could they just watch it go to waste? After a discussion with the elders, the Devers enacted the Land Lease Law, which stated that all probationary citizens of the city-states of the Alliance could rent the public land of the city-states, with the land area not exceeding 5 acres, and would pay 1/10 of the income from the land as a tax every year. Merces had proposed a tax of 1/5, but was rejected by the Devers. He believed that since they had already become probationary citizens, they should naturally enjoy the benefits of the Alliance in advance. Only then would other free citizens be eager to join the Alliance. At the same time, the Senate also announced that all probationary citizens who actively worked in agriculture and paid taxes will be able to smoothly become full citizens after completing their preparatory period. This was a suggestion from Cunigarata. He believed that farming could show whether a person was hardworking, patient, and strong. A good farmer was a good citizen of the city-state, so this was a form of assessment. The elders all agreed with his opinion. In the end, it became a custom for all probationary citizens to rent land for 2 to 3 years to observe. The more land there was, the more people there were renting it. The Devers proposed to establish an agricultural officer to centralize the distribution, leasing, farming, and other matters of the Alliance's land. The proposal was passed, and Buckos, who was nominated by the Devers, was appointed. At the same time, the military officer, Felicius, had a rather heavy responsibility. There were still 3 months before the release of the Crotone captives. To prevent the Crotone from suddenly breaking the contract after the captives returned home, the Tua Alliance had to organize the many probationary citizens, train them, and give them a certain level of combat ability after 3 months. Thus, Felicius had no choice but to order more veterans to enter the boot camp as instructors on the training day. The next topic of discussion was still the Devers' proposal. They would give the low-ranking public servants of the Tua Alliance a salary of 2 to 3 opals a day to supplement their needs. As soon as the proposal was made, Mercies stood up in agitation. Lord Devers, since every citizen owns land and pays no more than 1% in taxes every year, their income is more than enough to support their daily lives. Holding public office is the duty of the city-state citizens, and it's also an honor. Why should they be paid? According to your proposal, a low-ranking public servant salary is around 3 opals a day, and the Treasury will pay him around 7 drachmas a month. Right now, the Tua Alliance probably needs around 200 of the lowest-ranking public servants. That's 1 talent a month. That's not a small amount. We can't be like Athens. Athens has the Lorion silver mine that can produce 3 talents a day. Right now, our expenses are only greater than our profits. Don't be anxious, Mercies. Let's talk slowly. The Devers gestured for Mercies to calm down and asked softly, "How many bookkeepers do you have under you?" 5, but they're all probationary citizens. Do they work in the Treasury every day? No. In the past, our Treasury didn't have much income. We only let them do the bookkeeping when we need them. The rest of the time, they rent land from the citizens. What about now? Now that we have Turii, the market, and the port, the income from customs alone is quite a lot. Of course, they have to follow me back and forth between the Treasury, the market, and the port every day. Do they still have time to farm? No. Chapter 160. Mercies glanced at the Devers timidly, but still said honestly, I gave them a portion of the rations and supplies we distribute to the citizens of the Tua Alliance every day, he quickly explained, but it's all recorded in the accounts. You can check. The Devers calmly asked, "Do these rations and supplies count?" Of course, the Devers smiled. "Look, you've already realized the difficulties of the lowest civil servants. You've already given them their salaries before our bill has even been passed." The elders burst into laughter. Mercies was speechless. The Devers struck while the iron was hot. These bookkeepers of yours were freed slaves who followed us in Persia back then. Now that the land lease law is about to be passed, a large number of probationary citizens will come to Buckos to apply for land leases, but your bookkeepers can only silently contribute to the city. A year later, when the other probationary citizens have food and clothing and are relatively wealthy, but they can only rely on your charity to survive, what will they think? What will their families think? Will they still feel that holding public office is an honor? In the future, we can use official citizens, Mercies said softly. Using citizens as the lowest civil servants of the Alliance? You're saying that the citizens' land will be taken care of by slaves, so they can work without worry, right? Mercies nodded. Do ordinary citizens in the Alliance only have 1 slave in their family? Do citizens also need to lead their slaves to work? The Devers asked Cornelius. It's like this, Your Excellency. Some families don't even have slaves, Cornelius replied. If citizens work for the Alliance, the labor at home will be reduced by half. Won't the family's income be reduced as well? In the long run, public office will become a burden to him. For our Alliance to function normally, we can't do without the hard work of the scribes under Raphael, the firemen, sentries, jailers, and jurors under Cornelius, the navigators and market managers under Marigi. These are the lowest level public servants. We can't just let the horses run and not let them eat grass. Not only do we have to let them feel that serving the city is a kind of honor, but it is also a kind of welfare. Let them bring money home every day and let their families feel happy. Only then will more and more outstanding citizens be willing to contribute to the city. Of course, there's no salary for everyone here. We can't let money corrupt the dignity of the Senate. The Devers' words resonated with everyone. You're right. Well said. The elders puffed out their chests and expressed their agreement. Devers patted Mercy's on the shoulder and comforted him. Also, paying public officials will help you collect more taxes. Really? Mercy suddenly raised her head. Devers looked around. Seeing that Kinagarata was also surprised, he said loudly, "When the citizens have money in their hands, they will have the desire to buy things. A copper pot, a clay pot, a jar of olive oil, a set of tables and chairs. Even more extravagant, wine, spices. When the citizens have money to buy things, the market will prosper, and you will collect more taxes." Mercy's perked up. "But most of the money has been earned by the foreigners." "That's the case for now. But very soon, our products will be produced. Let Marigi explain the situation in this regard." Marigi stood up and said excitedly, "As of yesterday, there is already a pottery workshop, an olive oil workshop, a masonry workshop, a mill, 2 carpentry shops, a paint shop, and a stone carving shop in the Turii market. At the same time, there is also a large wine workshop in the planning stage, and it will start soon. That's the wine workshop of Orifice. The wine produced by his family has been famous throughout Greece for decades." Kinagarata pointed at one of the elders and interrupted. "It's all thanks to the loan from the Kristoya Bank. My family and I can rebuild the vineyard and the wine workshop." Orifice nodded to the Devers to express his gratitude. The people of the Alliance now knew who the real owner of the bank that had contributed greatly to the reconstruction of Turii was. "We should impose high taxes on the same type of foreign goods to protect our own business that has just started," Kinagarata suggested. "You're right." The Devers nodded and said, "Now, our commercial officer, Marigi, is preparing to implement some new measures in the Turii market. The time for the foreigners to earn our money is almost over. We need to vigorously support our own businesses. If the same goods are sold in the Turii market, we will impose low taxes on our merchants and high taxes on the foreign merchants. For the goods that we urgently need but can't produce ourselves, we will use low taxes to encourage them to transport these goods to Turii and sell them. For the goods that we can produce, but we can't compete with the foreign countries for the time being, the Alliance will provide subsidies. For the foreign luxury goods, since the money in the pockets of the citizens is limited, we will impose high taxes for the time being, so that the citizens will be easily tempted to use their money where it is needed. In this way, we will guide them to buy our own goods. Only in this way can our own business flourish." The crowd nodded in agreement. Divers shouted again, "My lords, we need to understand that silver coins are not used in the treasury. They are not money, but just a pile of metal. Only when they are used will they be able to generate huge profits. Only then will we be able to make the lives of our citizens better, make our trade more prosperous, and at the same time, make our treasury more abundant." "Agreed, agreed." The elders, led by Kinagarata and Cornelis, all expressed their agreement. Some even applauded. Dios, a Corinth merchant, wandered through the crowded and noisy Turii market. He saw the excited Turii chatting with each other. The Tua Alliance has promulgated the public service law. Any citizen of the Tua Alliance can apply for public service. They can start from the bottom, and if they perform well, they can even be promoted to higher positions. The Alliance is even prepared to pay these public servants 1 to 4 opera a day. Zeus above, is the Tua Alliance trying to copy the Athens Games? Are they as rich as the Athens Games? Dios was no longer in the mood to listen to the citizens of the Tua Alliance. Although he did not think that the Tua Alliance could do what the Athens Games did, deep in his heart, he felt jealous. As an ordinary citizen of Corinth, even though Dios was rich, he could only serve as a low-level official in the city. This was because only nobles could serve as members of the city council. Corinth was an aristocratic system, so he chose to devote himself to business. He came to Turii this time because of the tense relationship between Corinth and Sparta. There was a risk of war breaking out at any time, so he needed to stock up on food in case of an emergency. 200 years ago, Corinth's trade was flourishing. Weapons, pottery, and other goods were sold to all the cities along the Mediterranean Sea. Later, the Athens Games caught up and started to compete with Corinth in all aspects of business, especially in the pottery industry that Corinth was proud of. It dealt a heavy blow to Corinth, and it never recovered. Now, Corinth's business was not as good as it used to be, but it was still a large city on the Peloponnesus Peninsula, and it was still rich. As a city that was not rich in food, Corinth had always bought food from other states. Their food was usually imported from the Yoke Galaxy, but now that Sparta's fleet was rampaging through the Aegean Sea, Dios chose to come to the western Mediterranean Sea to prevent any accidents. Sicily was his first choice, but unfortunately, the Greek city-states in Sicily, which was famous for their wheat production, had recently seen an increase in food prices. It was said that Syracuse was buying food in large quantities. It seemed that something big was about to happen in Sicily. When Dios felt this, he hesitated to go to Carthage. Just then, he heard that Thurii was rebuilding and was in urgent need of a lot of supplies, and the tariff was very low. Dios was very tempted and quickly asked an insider about the food situation in Thurii. He knew that the Sabari Plain was famous for its wine, wheat, livestock, and beeswax during the Thurii period. When he got the answer that there was a good harvest of food, he decided to change his route to Thurii. By the end of summer, the wheat in Amendola had a good harvest, and the wheat in Thurii had been forcibly harvested by the Crotone in advance. In the end, all of it fell into the hands of the Devers, so the Tua alliance had an abundance of food. In addition to satisfying the rations of the people, they still had enough surplus to sell. When his merchant ship finally squeezed into the port, he went to the rumored market management office. The first thing he said when he saw the manager was to complain, "Your port needs to be expanded. It's too small. It's a waste of time." The manager replied politely, "Yes, you are right. We are also expanding the port. I apologize for the difficulties this temporary port has caused you. Is there anything I can help you with?" The manager's apology dispelled most of Dios' resentment. He originally wanted to go to the market first, but the manager's attitude won him over, so he directly stated his request. The manager immediately checked the day's trading log and introduced him to a seller. In fact, the seller, Nicoblos, was a subordinate of the agricultural officer, Bucos, who was in charge of the sales of Amendola's agricultural products. After looking at the samples and negotiating to determine the price, Dios decided to buy 5 ships of wheat. However, Nicoblos told him that 5 ships of wheat was a lot, and there was not enough stock in the market. He needed to move it to Amendola and could only deliver it the next day. Dios expressed his understanding. Chapter 161. Through the management office, Dios contacted 4 Thurii ship owners. He only had 1 ship with him. With the manager's guarantee, the manager assured him that the ship owners would do their best to help him transport the goods, because they were all probationary citizens of the Tua Union. If they didn't fulfill the agreement, the Union would consider them dishonest and immediately revoke their citizenship. Dios negotiated the price of the ship with the ship owners and signed the contract. Only then did he relax and go to the market. Although the Thurii market was simple, it was strictly managed and orderly. The environment was relatively clean, and at least there was no smell, which was very rare. There was a dazzling array of goods in the market. In a crowded market, Dios was surprised to find a large empty space with only a relatively large house. From time to time, market patrols could be seen patrolling the streets around the house. Out of curiosity, Dios walked over and saw the sign outside. It read, Kristoia Bank. It was nothing new that there were banks in the many Greek city-states, but it was rare to see such a long queue in front of the bank, and everyone looked excited. Apart from currency exchange, banks also provided loans, and the interest rate was usually 20 to 30%. Under normal circumstances, merchants would only borrow money from banks if they were in urgent need, or if they had no other choice. Otherwise, they wouldn't even go near a bank. Moreover, when the borrower thought of having to pay back so much interest, their mood inevitably became heavy. It was rare to see the people here so happy. Thus, Dios went up to ask politely, and found out that the bank's interest rate was only 5%. Dios thought he had heard wrong. After all, the trade in the Mediterranean was very developed, and one could easily earn a profit of more than 10% from a single trip. Of course, that was if there were no accidents, such as pirates or storms. So, a loan of 5% was equivalent to the bank borrowing money for free. No wonder there was a long queue in front of the bank. Dios was also very tempted. He wondered if he should also take a large loan and buy a few more ships of wheat. But when he asked at the counter, he found out that the bank only provided loans to citizens of the Tua Union. This made him very depressed. On the way out of the market, he silently calculated in his heart. Due to the low tariff and relatively low price of wheat, when he arrived at Corinth, he could sell the 5 ships of wheat back to the city-state and earn at least 1 talent. Therefore, even though he was a little depressed by the news of the Tua Union's Public Service Act and the benefits that Kristoya's bank offered to the citizens of the new union, he quickly cheered up. Tired and hungry from most of the day, he decided to follow Nicoblosa's suggestion and go to Amendola to stay. As soon as he left the market, he was stopped and asked, "Are you going to Amendola? Do you want to take a carriage?" Carriages? Dios saw 5 or 6 2-horse carriages parked on the grass not far from the market. The roads in most parts of Greece were rugged and uneven, not suitable for driving carriages. Raising horses and maintaining carriages was extremely costly, so it was only a tool of entertainment for a few wealthy merchants and nobles. Just like the racing events in the Olympia, ordinary spectators could only watch. Although Dios had some wealth, he had never taken a carriage in his life, so he asked curiously, "Can I take a carriage to Amendola?" "Of course. You'll know once you try it. It's fast and comfortable. You'll reach Amendola in an hour," the older coachman strongly recommended. "How much?" Dios was a little tempted. "Just 2 opers." The coachman smiled when he saw that there was hope for business. 2 opers was not expensive, so Dios decided to experience the feeling of riding in a carriage. He sat on a seat that was made of straw and covered with fur. It was very soft. The coachman, Serene, waved the reins and steered the carriage forward slowly. The coachman beside him cried out in envy, "Serene, you have customers again." Serene laughed. "Ha ha. Wait patiently. It'll be your turn soon." As he spoke, the carriage had already reached the main road. Serene lightly waved the whip, and the 2 horses began to jog. The wheels also began to turn faster. Soon, the carriage began to move. "How does it feel?" Serene shouted as he controlled the reins. "Very good. Very good." As soon as Dios opened his mouth, a strong gust of wind rushed into his throat. An invisible force pushed him tightly against the back of the seat. The scenery on both sides of the carriage flew past him quickly. He liked this feeling of high-speed excitement. It was not that Dios had never ridden a horse before, but it was too bumpy. After a long time, his buttocks and inner thighs would not be able to bear it. Of course, he knew that this was mainly due to the road under his feet. It was so flat and solid, and it was wide enough for at least 6 horses to travel side by side. At the same time, he also noticed that there were ditches and trees on both sides of the road. He thought about it carefully and understood the intention of the builders. He could not help but exclaim, "Your road is really good." Of course, this is the best road in all of Greece. Dios did not refute Serene's words. Indeed, he had never seen such a good road in all the city-states he had traveled to. "I heard that this road was designed by our Archon, Devers himself. As expected of the descendants of Hades, there is nothing they can't do," Serene said proudly. Dios had only heard the name of the Devers when he arrived in Turii. But after only half a day, his ears were filled with stories about this person. How the Devers led the mercenaries to repel the Persia army many times. How the Devers defeated the Lacanian army and captured the Crotone army. How the Devers drafted and proposed the Immigration Act, and so on. Dios disagreed with the rumor that the Devers were the descendants of Hades. Sparta claimed that they were the descendants of Hercules, and Athens claimed that the city-states had always been under the protection of Athena. Even Corinth himself said that he had a close relationship with Poseidon and even founded the Isthmian Games for him. Many Greek city-states and rulers claimed to have some kind of intimate relationship with the gods. But these things that the Devers had done surprised Dios. If these things were indeed done by the Archon, then it could be said that the Tuo League could become what it was today almost because of his strength. No wonder the people of the Tuo League were full of reverence when they mentioned him. He was said to be very young. What an amazing man! Could he be Periander or Phedon of the Tuo League? Periander, one of the 7 sages of ancient Greece, was the ruler of Corinth in the 7th century AD. He made Corinth the richest city-state in all of Greece. Phedon, on the other hand, was the king of the Argos, the mortal enemy of Sparta in the 7th century BC. He once ruled the Peloponnesus Peninsula, and the Sparta people trembled in fear under his name. Not only does the Devers often care about ordinary people like us, but his wife is also a very good person. Sarikos continued to speak loudly. It was she who proposed to let citizens who could drive carriages carry people on this road, and provided us with loans. Otherwise, people like me would have been burned down in the fire of the Crotone. How could I afford such an expensive carriage? What's her name? Dios asked loudly against the wind. He thought a possibility. How can you ask the name of a consul's wife so casually? Sarikos pretended to be angry, but then he laughed. But our Lord doesn't care about these conservative city-state traditions. He even let his wife show her face in public and opened a bank that provides low-interest loans to the citizens. Her name is the name of the bank, Christoia's Bank. Dios blurted out. Yes, anyone who goes to the bank can see it. She's the most beautiful woman in the Tuo League. Sarikos praised sincerely. I heard she's pregnant recently, which is why she hasn't appeared in the market for a while. Both of them are good people. I hope they can have a healthy boy who will become an excellent consul in the future. You mean to let their son inherit the title? Doesn't that mean the Tuo League will become a monarchy? Sarikos was taken aback by Dios's question, but then he laughed. I'm just saying, why are you so serious? He raised his hand and cracked a whip in the air. The horses that were about to run into the middle of the road were frightened and obediently returned to their original path. Sarikos rode for a while, then said seriously, You know, the generals and council members in the Turii City Hall only know how to argue and quarrel every day, not doing anything serious. The road to transport the ore is so bad, and after many days of arguing, the City Hall didn't do anything to change it. It's unlike Life Consul Daves, who built such a good road in just 3 months. More importantly, once war breaks out, it's not just the generals and council, but also us citizens who only know how to vent our hatred for our own interests and deny all proposals that are unfavorable to us. In the end, nothing is done, and the enemy's army has already reached the city. Chapter 162. At this point, Sarikos raised his voice. Just like now, with the Archon Devers as the leader and the other Senate elders as assistants, the League will be much more efficient. Moreover, the citizens all have their own land, so they don't have to worry about being invaded by enemies. They can also freely take up office and get paid. Isn't that better than before? So, even if the Tuo League really changes to a monarchy, there's nothing bad about it. As long as the future kings can be like Lord Devers, I think the people of the League will support them. Hearing this, Dios fell in a deep thought. The Greeks were born to love politics. From ancient times to the present, the citizens of every city had been looking for a perfect system to make the city more prosperous and its citizens more free. A few decades ago, Athens became the model that all the cities fought to emulate, but the defeat of the Peloponnesus War made many knowledgeable people see the shortcomings of Athens' democratic system. Some nobles and philosophers began to praise Sparta, which still followed the ancient Greek style of half monarchy and half democracy. However, the overbearing behavior of the Sparta people was especially hated by the neighboring cities of the Peloponnesus Peninsula. The system of the Tuo League seems interesting. Dios thought to himself. The carriage continued to gallop, and when it passed the wooden bridge, he turned back to observe for a while. There were many pedestrians and carriages on the road, but they were all very orderly and did not interfere with each other. As Dios looked, he found some clues. On this road, you all seem to be walking on the right, he said loudly with uncertainty. Yes, you're very observant. Sarikos shouted happily. That was after the road was built. Lord Devers put up a road sign at the Amendolara, Turii, and Heraclea crossings, advising pedestrians to walk on the right. In the first few days, many people didn't listen and often crossed the road. Because this road was good, the carriages and carts moved faster, so there were several accidents and traffic jams. Only then did everyone realize that Lady Devers' suggestion was right. Even though he has great power, he doesn't use coercion to make the people obey him. Instead, he tries his best to persuade them. This is one of the reasons why we don't have to worry about him, even though he is the only life consul. The Tua Alliance does have a good consul. Dio sighed. I also noticed that there's a stone tablet on the side of the road at regular intervals, with the distance from Amendolara and Heraclea engraved on it. If they're so meticulous in managing a road, I'm sure they're even more considerate of the people's feelings when governing a city. That's right. Yes. Sarikos raised his whip and puffed out his chest proudly. How much do you earn driving a carriage and pulling passengers every day? Dios asked. Sarikos, who was in a good mood, said frankly, in the beginning, it was only 10 opals a day, and most of them were given by the people of the Tua Alliance who wanted something fresh. Now, I work from morning to night with almost no time to rest, and the most I can earn is 46 opals. At this rate, after deducting the cost of fodder and care for the horses, I can earn about 600 opals a month, which is close to 100 drachmas. In another 3 or 4 months, I'll be able to pay off the loan and the interest. The two chatted happily. Since there weren't many carts on the road was very clear. In less than 2 hours, they arrived at the warehouse and hotel area under the city of Amendolara. In fact, it wasn't as quiet as the market manager said. There were still people coming and going, but it wasn't as noisy. Sarikos waited for Dios to get out of the carriage, then said to him, I suggest you go to Christo's restaurant for dinner. Her haggis soup and tripe are very delicious, and they're not expensive. I go there every few days. I didn't expect them to make such delicious animal organs that people usually don't want. I spend almost half of the money I earn on them. Is it really that delicious? Dios was doubtful. You'll know when you try it, Sarikos said. Another customer got on the carriage, and he waved goodbye. May Hermes bless you and grant your wish soon. Dios also gave his blessing. Watching Sarikos ride away, Dios's already hungry stomach began to growl. He decided to go to the restaurant Sarikos recommended for dinner first. Compared to Amendolara, Turii far surpassed Amendolara in terms of land, population, and affairs. Therefore, the Senate's office was moved to Turii, although the Senate Hall had yet to be repaired. Since most of the senators' homes were in Amendolara, the Reconstruction Committee of Turii allocated houses to the senators in Turii for the convenience and speed of future meetings. Because Devers was busy and often had to discuss political affairs with the senators and public officials who constantly visited him, he was allocated a new house that was twice the size of his home in Amendolara. Devers wanted to refuse, but Christos liked the house very much, so he had to accept. The house was located on a higher hillside beside the river in the city of Turii. Standing at the gate of the house, one could have a panoramic view of the Krati River and the Kasegni River. Not far to the north, on another hillside, was the original temple of Apollo. Now the temple of Hades was being built on the site, and the Acropolis. The location was very good. It was already the end of September and early autumn, but the weather in the southern part of the Apennine Peninsula was still hot. Fortunately, the river breeze blew from time to time, cooling Christos, who was resting at home. The atrium of the new house was large and rectangular. Some time ago, Christos hired a mason to build a wall in the middle, leaving a door so that the atrium was divided into a front and a backyard. The front yard had a side room for the slaves and a living room, while the backyard was the bedroom of the Devers' wife and children, as well as the living quarters of the personal servants. During this time, Christos had been staying in the backyard, where the environment was quiet and privacy was guaranteed. At this time, she was wearing light linen clothes, and with the female slave, Asuna, she was planting flowers and plants that she liked in the backyard. As she moved, her clothes fluttered, and her snow-white chest was faintly discernible, causing people to have wild thoughts. Andrea got the permission of the female slave guarding the door and entered the backyard. She saw Christos put down the pickaxe, took the sweat towel from Asuna, and wiped her sweat. Andrea hurried over and reminded her, "Madam, didn't the doctor say that you should rest quietly during this period of pregnancy to ensure the smooth growth of the fetus? You shouldn't do strenuous exercise." "I don't vomit much now," Devers said. "Proper exercise is good for the health of me and the child." Christos said, stroking her belly, her face full of tenderness. "Lord Devers is so busy, but he still cares about you and the child." "Madam, Hera has found you a good husband." Andrea's timely compliment caused Christoia to smile even more blissfully. "Andrea, don't just envy me. In another year, you'll be able to be with Bugala. You didn't expect it to be so soon, did you? It's all thanks to the consul's full help. Bagul and his people are very grateful to you," Andrea said sincerely. "When Bagul and the others finish their labor, are they willing to stay and become citizens of the Tua Alliance?" Christos handed the sweat towel to Asuna and asked in a seemingly unintentional manner. "Bagul told me most of his young people are willing to stay. Although it's tiring here, they're happy and safe. They don't want to go back to the mountains and live in fear. Only a few of the elders are hesitant, including his father." Andrea was a little worried at this point. Of course, she wanted the Lacanians to stay. That way, her marriage would be much smoother. "Don't worry, Devers will find a way to make them all stay." Christos comforted her. She picked up a clay jar from the table next to her, poured a cup of water, and handed it to Andrea. "You must be thirsty after rushing over from the market. Drink some of this." Andrea took the cup and glanced at it. She saw a golden liquid with some debris floating in it. With a little shake, white foam appeared. She didn't dare to ask immediately. She took a small sip first. There was a hint of sweetness in the bitterness, and it was also a little cold. She couldn't help but take another big gulp. The large amount of foam mixed with the liquid flowed smoothly into her stomach, forcing her to burp a few times. She immediately felt her hot body become much more refreshed. "What kind of liquid is this?" she asked in surprise. "It tastes good, doesn't it? I soaked it in the well for a long time." Christos smiled and said, "As for what it is, I'll let Asuna tell you." The slightly tanned, pretty Asuna hurriedly said, "It's called beer. It's a kind of liquid that we Egyptians like to drink." A few months ago, Lord Devers was chatting with his wife and said he's considering making the game of rugby an official competition for the people to watch. It will definitely be very popular, but there's still a lack of a good liquid to let people sit in the arena and watch the game under the hot sun. It can not only quench their thirst, but it can also liven things up. I heard it from the side and couldn't help but say, you could try the beer that the Egyptians drink. Hearing this, Christos giggled and said, You didn't see the expression on Devers' face at that time. He looked at Asuna in shock and asked her several times, "What is the liquid she's talking about?" Then he went to ask about the color, taste, and production process of the liquid. Later, he even cursed something like, "I've been cheated by the Germans." It turns out that beer was invented by the Egyptians. Then he urged me to find someone to make beer. I had to send someone to the slave market in Tarentum and buy Egyptian slaves who could make beer at a high price to try to make it. Chapter 163. Beer is made from barley, and the one you're drinking is the result of many experiments. It tastes very good, but there's a lot of wine in it. But Davis said, "Don't worry, it's good for your body." But Davis said, "Don't worry, it's good for your health." Now I drink a little every day. It quenches my thirst and doesn't get drunk as easily as wine. This beer tastes a little special, but it makes me want to drink more after drinking it. Please give me another glass," Andrea said as she handed the wooden glass to Asuna. Asuna filled her glass again. Andrea quickly took another sip and said, "Madam, I'm here to tell you good news. The money we loaned to the citizens of Amendola in April has mostly been repaid." "So fast?" Christoia was slightly surprised. "There's a good harvest of wheat this year. It's said that there's a war in Sicily and the Peloponnesus Peninsula, so the price has increased. Plus, our restaurant has been actively purchasing cattle and sheep including their organs. So they made a lot of money, Andrea explained. That's why they can repay the loan and interest. Some of them even hope to borrow more money to buy more cattle and sheep to satisfy our restaurant's needs. Very good. They can make money, and we can collect the loan and make more money. Both sides benefit. According to the Devers, this is a win-win situation. Plus, we can lend the money to the Turiai citizens who need it more. Madam, we've earned 400 drachmas from the interest on the loan this time. The restaurant in Amendola has only been open for a little more than a month, and it's already earned about 500 drachmas. So far, we've earned nearly 1,000 drachmas. Andrea said excitedly. Yes, who would have thought that the organs of livestock that the people despise could be made into such delicious food? And it's also good for the body. If the Devers hadn't focused on governing the city, he would have become a famous businessman in all of Greece. Christoia said happily. This time, I'm also very optimistic about the beer industry. I'm afraid it will become our new money-making industry. Now, we just have to wait for the arena to be built. Lord Devers is a descendant of Hades. What else can't he do? Bagul is very respectful to Lord Devers. Andrea echoed her praise. She thought of something and said, Madam, there have been a few groups of prospective citizens coming to the bank to ask if they can get a loan. They want to engage in maritime trade. Sea trade? Christoia frowned and thought for a while. Then, she said, sea trade is quite risky. If we're not careful, the ship will be destroyed and we won't be able to collect the loan. Moreover, they are still probationary citizens. Once the foreign trade fails and they run away, where are we going to find people to pay us back? But the Devers said that the biggest role of our bank is to support the business of the state and promote the development of trade. Christoia thought seriously, forgetting that she was holding a rose that she was about to plant. The sharp thorns on the stem had pricked her finger. Asuna and Andrea immediately came over to help her suck her finger and bandage the wound with a thin piece of cloth. Christoia, on the other hand, did not think much of it. She continued to say seriously, we have to be careful when applying for loans from prospective citizens. First, we have to find out their character, whether they are honest, and how good they are at sailing. We also have to see if they have equivalent collateral and trustworthy guarantors. If all the above conditions are met, it's best to state in the agreement that they are prohibited from engaging in long-distance sea trade between the East and the West Mediterranean at the beginning. Madam, I understand. Andrea nodded. While Christoia and Andrea were talking in the backyard, the Devers were receiving 2 guests in the living room in the front yard. Hieronymus, Agathia, please take a seat. This is the first time you two have come to my place. The Devers happily welcomed them into the living room and immediately asked the slaves to serve them dried figs, dates, and wine. Hieronymus was a little nervous, but Agathia smiled and said, Sir, we have something to ask for your permission. Oh, what is it? Sir, when we were all in Persia, in order to return to Greece, our comrades helped each other, fought together against the enemy, and established a deep friendship and relationship. In Byzantium, I, Hieronymus, and a few companions followed you to Greece. Most of the other comrades chose to go home because they were confused and tired. I had thought they had all returned to their homes and were leading peaceful, war-free lives. But some time ago, someone in the light infantry recruited by Epithenes from the Eastern Mediterranean said, the mercenaries who went to Persia didn't go home. They were forced by Sparta to continue fighting the Persia in Asia Minor with little pay. When we heard this, we didn't feel good. We are enjoying a rich life here, while our former comrades are still suffering in a faraway place. At any time, they could be killed by a spear, a sword, or a spear. Since we have so much land left, and so many enemies like Lucania and Crotone are waiting for us to defeat, why don't we invite them here? They're not only experienced on the battlefield, but also from the Eastern Mediterranean like us. We have the same habits and are very familiar with each other, unlike the citizens here. Agathia saw Daves's face change, and he hurriedly stopped talking. What's wrong with the citizens here? The Devers asked in a low voice. Before Agathia could speak, Hieronymus said, some tourists say, we are lowly people from Greece. We only know how to kill, and we have no knowledge. We don't know how to run a city, and we only know how to make a mess in tourists. The Devers' face darkened, but he immediately comforted them. That's only a minority. Most of the tourists are very grateful to us. Besides, the power is in our hands. Let them talk and vent their frustrations. They can't hurt us. Don't you think so? The Devers comforted them. As for inviting Timison to the Tua alliance, it's not that I haven't considered it. But now they are Sparta's mercenaries. With our current strength, we dare not provoke the Sparta. Sir, Agasia said sincerely, you and I both know that being a mercenary is a free profession. If the conditions are not good, they can leave their employer at any time. Now, Timison and the others have left Sparta and have nowhere to go, so they have no choice but to stay. We can provide them with a new option. As long as we send someone to quietly spread the news in Asia Minor, I believe they will find all kinds of ways to come here once they know about our situation. Agathia's words moved the Devers. After all, he could achieve his current career mainly because of military victories, and the foundation of his victories were these Greek expeditionary soldiers. There would only be more and bigger wars in the future, and he needed more excellent soldiers. He patted the back of the chair with his fingers. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to give it a try. All right, then send someone. It's best not to contact them directly. Just spread the news. Have you decided who to send? Seeing that the Devers had agreed, Hieronymus and Agathia were happy. Sir, Hieronymus still needs to train the soldiers. Let me go, Agathia said. Sure, but be careful. Go early and come back early. The Devers nodded in agreement. He then asked Hieronymus, how's the citizens' training recently? The new soldiers are training very seriously, especially the original tourists. They have mastered all kinds of skills, but they lack real combat experience, Hieronymus replied. Soon, there will be more new soldiers joining the various squads. Our army will obviously expand. I hope you will strengthen your training and not let your combat power decline. Next year, you'll have a chance to let them participate in real battles, the Devers requested. Hieronymus's eyes lit up. Lucania, after Hieronymus and Agathia left happily, the Devers' expression became serious. He called assists over. Recently, there are people in Taurus who are dissatisfied with the Amandorians. Go and find out why. Who are they? Yes, sir. October, the season of leisure, was supposed to be the month when the Greek city-states held their assemblies and elected their generals and archons. However, in the Tua Union, the archons were the only ones who held their positions for life and did not need to be elected. The senators were either specially appointed by the archons or elected according to their qualifications and had nothing to do with the citizens. According to the newly passed law, all high-ranking civil servants served for 2 years. They were elected by the Senate and appointed by the archons, so they had nothing to do with the citizens. Chapter 164. However, the prosperity of the port had the elders of the Senate extremely busy. The governor of Turin, Cunigarata, was busy all day dealing with all sorts of disputes and lawsuits. He also had to choose patrols and firefighters to maintain order in the bustling port area, prevent fires, and pay attention to the new management problems brought about by the increasing number of probationary citizens in Turin. The governor of Amendola, Cornelos, was also facing the same problem due to the influx of outsiders into the warehouse area and the newly built market. The inspector, Antonios, paid close attention to the changes in the morals of the people in the two cities, whether the people were friendly with each other, whether there were cases of abuse of the elderly, women, and children, and whether there were abuses against freedmen and slaves. The military officer, Felicius, was having a headache over how to properly integrate the large number of probationary citizens into the army and train them into qualified soldiers in the shortest time possible. The census officer, Raphias, was very busy. He had already proposed to the Senate more than once to increase the number of scribes and archivists. The treasurer, Merces, was busy collecting the citizens' land tax and business tax. Although he had lost a lot of weight because of this, the more busy he was, the happier he was. The commercial officer, Marigi, was under a lot of pressure. He had to ensure the quality of service in the market and port, and also maintain order in these two areas with the most human traffic, especially in the port area where there were many outsiders. At the same time, he had to consider the continued development of the Tua alliance's trade. As the reconstruction of Turin was gradually completed, the demand for certain goods would naturally decrease. How could he prevent the rapid decline of foreign trade? He had been thinking of ways. The Devers' suggestion was that before the Tua alliance developed new, unique, and high-quality goods, they could rely on novel competitions and entertainment to attract foreign wealthy people to spend their money in the city. Although the agriculture officer, Buckos, was a businessman, he was actually a large landowner who grew grapes, olives, and wheat. He was also familiar with agriculture. Not only did he have to survey, distribute, and rent land, he also had to resolve disputes between neighboring landowners. He also had to provide good advice to the people based on the actual situation of the land, so that they could obtain a higher harvest and income. The supervisor, Alexis, was undoubtedly one of the busiest high-ranking officials. Although the reconstruction of Turiai was the overall responsibility of the Reconstruction Committee and presided over by Heraclid, the specific implementation was his job. He was not only responsible for the timely purchase of building materials, but also for the organization of manpower and the maintenance of order. At the same time, he had to oversee the construction of the roads and bridges that Heraclid Jr. was responsible for, as well as the construction of the new market under the city of Amendola. Therefore, he was busy from morning to night, tired like a dog. Whenever he saw the Devers, he would shout that he would quit his job, but the next morning, he would be back to work energetically. Other than the Devers, who were extremely busy, the other Devers were not idle either. Under the Devers' suggestion, they set up many committees to assist the Alliance in managing affairs. The most important thing was that the Alliance Mediation Committee was made up of 3 people. Once there was a major dispute in the city that couldn't be resolved by the law, they would be handed over to them to mediate. The Public Officials Investigation Committee was made up of 5 people. They were responsible for monitoring the positions of middle and lower-level public officials and establishing files for future promotions. At the same time, if a citizen reported a public official, they would need to investigate whether it was true and give a response. There was also the Coinage Committee, which was made up of 3 people. Most of the Greek city-states minted their own coins for the convenience of trade and profit, as well as to commemorate major events and offer sacrifices to the gods, and to advertise their existence to other city-states. The Tua alliance was no exception. They were waiting for the reconstruction of Turiai to be completed so that they could introduce their first batch of coins. There were also some temporary committees, such as the Temple Building Committee, which was led by Plazinus. The Devers of these committees served the same as public officials. Most of them served for 2 years, and they would be rotated at the end of the term. Although October wasn't the election day of the Tua alliance, it was a good day for the various departments to recruit public officials after the promulgation of the Alliance Public Officials Law. There were many applicants, and the person in charge had to test the applicants and screen them according to the citizens' conditions. Those who had served in the army many times, paid taxes on time, obeyed the law, and had performed meritorious deeds in battle or had paid the wounded with bravery. The first 2 were mandatory. Those who didn't serve in the army and didn't pay taxes were not qualified to be a public official. As for disabled citizens, it depended on whether it would affect their work. While the Devers of the Senate were busy and the citizens were busy preparing for their jobs, the Devers received a special guest in the mansion of Turiai. It was a strong middle-aged man. Although he was wearing Greek clothes, it couldn't hide the wild nature of the mountains. As expected, under the watchful eyes of the guards, he spoke in strange Greek. Honorable Consul of the Tua Alliance, Avenogis of Laos asked me to greet you on his behalf. I'm his brother, Arabuma. The Devers' heart skipped a beat, but his expression didn't change. He said slowly, Laos? Laos of Lucania? Yes. Arabuma stared at the Devers and said straightforwardly, although Laos belongs to Lucania now, my brother and I are Greeks. The Devers obviously knew this, but his expression didn't change. He turned to look at the assists beside him. The assists understood and immediately asked, as far as we know, Avenogis is an important leader of Laos. Before the war between Lucania and Turiai, he he strongly supported the Lucania alliance in the war against the Turii. He's one of the main enemies of the Tua alliance. It doesn't matter whether he's Greek or not. Arabuma didn't expect the other party to know him so well. Trying to play the family card didn't work, so he panicked a little. We really are Greeks. Laos is a colonial city built by Cyprus. 100 years ago, the Licarians invaded south, and Cyprus was destroyed by the Crotone. No city-state sent troops to rescue Laos. We, the Laos, had no choice but to turn to Lucania to protect our people. However, we didn't forget that the blood of the noble Greeks flows in our veins. We speak Greek at home, worship the great Apollo and Hera, and look forward to the day we can return to Greece. Because of this, the Lucanians are very wary of us. They suppress us, bully us, and treat us as aliens. In order not to be suspected and destroyed, we have to do things that go against our own wishes. Arabuma said excitedly. He looked at Devers with a respectful gaze. Ever since we heard that you defeated the Lucanian alliance with fewer people, my brother and I were very excited. We didn't expect that not long after, you would lead an army to defeat the powerful Crotone again and become the master of Amyndalara and Turii, which is why your territory is adjacent to the Lucanians. My brother admires your great military achievements and sincerely hopes that you can help us, the suffering descendants of Cyprus and Laos, to return to the embrace of the Greeks. Devers wasn't moved by Arabuma's praise. He nodded calmly. What help do you need from the Tua alliance? My brother hopes to ally with the Tua alliance and plan to fight the Lucanians together after we take back Laos. Arabuma said excitedly. As expected, Devers thought to himself, but his expression remained calm. What kind of alliance? Just like what the Tua alliance and Castellan signed. Arabuma recalled what Avenogus taught him. Forming an alliance, the Tua alliance will not interfere with the alliance's internal affairs, but will control diplomatic, and war leadership. Obviously, Avenogus had done a detailed investigation on the Tua alliance, and they came prepared. This meant that they valued this visit very much. After understanding the situation, Devers said calmly, I understand. Go back to the hotel and rest first. I'll give you an answer after I discuss with the elders of the Senate. I hope you can give me an answer as soon as possible, Mr. Consul. Arabuma said anxiously. Why? Devers pretended to be confused. Arabuma was speechless for a moment. Assis smiled and said, It's because Nudum has chosen a new leader and is urging Avenogus to lead his people to move to Nudum, right? Arabuma was dumbfounded. The people of the Tua alliance knew everything. All right, I will give you an answer as soon as possible, Devers said with certainty. After Arabuma left uneasily, the Devers asked, Yassi, what do you think of Lao's request? Sir, as we analyzed before, Avenogus was forced to resist, but according to his current situation, he will definitely agree to our further requests. Giving him a covenant like the one with Castellan is too easy for him. Assis said unwillingly. The Devers shook his head and said, Although Avenogus can only rely on us after he rebelled against Lucania, the Avenogus can only rely on us. But if our request is too harsh, Avenogus will be dissatisfied, and if something unexpected happens, it will likely cause him to rebel again. We don't have any foundation to the west of the mountains, so we have to rely on Lao's full help. If Laos joins our alliance, we will have a foothold on the west coast of the Apennine Peninsula, which will greatly promote the development of our alliance's trade. Therefore, we need to look further ahead and not haggle over those little benefits. Chapter 165. The Devers urgently summoned Felicius, Capus, Dracos, Hieronymus, Epthinus, and the other senior officers to discuss the strategy to form an alliance with Laos. After that, he asked for an emergency meeting in the Senate. After some discussion, the Devers' proposal was passed. That night, Arabuma was brought to the Devers' mansion again. How was the guest from Laos resting? The Devers asked jokingly. Arabuma looked around and saw a few more people around the Devers. He asked eagerly, Mr. Consul, have you made a decision? Yes, the Senate has decided to accept Laos as an ally of the Tua alliance. The Devers said with a smile. That's great. Arabuma could not hide the excitement on his face. Before he came, he had listened to Avenogis explaining in detail how to negotiate with the Greeks and the process of signing an alliance. The Greeks would definitely hold a meeting for something as important as this, and it would take at least 2 to 3 days of discussion before they could reach a conclusion. That was why he had urged the Devers to hurry up. He did not expect the Tua alliance to make a decision in just half a day. This new organization was indeed different from the rest. I heard that Nudum has sent 700 to 800 warriors to defend Laos. Can you and your brother take down Laos easily? The Devers asked with concern. After the previous conversation, Arabuma was no longer surprised that the Devers knew so much about Laos. He said confidently, "It won't be a problem for us to take down Laos. Not only do we have more than 1,000 warriors, but the slaves at the port are also the descendants of us, Cyberus. They're willing to listen to our command. We've been living in Laos for generations. The new Lacanians don't even know how many alleys there are in Laos. How can they be a match for us? However, after we take down Laos, we will definitely be attacked by Nudum and even Grimintum, so we need your support." In other words, the process of seizing the city isn't very risky, and after seizing Laos, the Lacanians might take revenge on us, right? The Devers asked patiently. Arabuma couldn't help but nod. "Then I have a better way to let you get Laos without having to bear the risk later." Devers's words were full of temptation. "What way?" asked Arbutus hurriedly. "Help us take down Nudum first and cut off the Lacaria's route to the south to rescue Laos. At that time, you don't even need to attack Laos. The Lacanians in the city will have no choice but to surrender after losing their backup." What Devers said made sense, and Arabuma was very tempted. However, he said worriedly, "Although Nudum isn't a stone city, it won't be easy to take it down. If we can't take it down quickly, our plan will be exposed if Grimintum comes to our rescue." "We won't attack Nudum by force," said the Devers with a smile. Arabuma was confused. "How many warriors are there in Nudum?" asked the Devers. "There were originally nearly 6,000 warriors, but after you defeated them, there were only 2,000 left. Now another 800 have come to Laos, and there are only about 1,000 warriors in the city," Arabuma answered truthfully. "Other than these warriors, can the others fight?" asked the Devers again. "The others are the elderly, women, and children. Nudum doesn't occupy a large area, and the land is barren. It can't support too many tribes. The reason why it has so many warriors is because we Laos supply it with a lot of food every year." Arabuma remembered how Nudum had been oppressed and exploited by Laos for so many years, and he was filled with hatred. The Devers smiled. "My request is very simple. I just need you to help us open the gates of Nudum and leave the rest to us." Arabuma set off for Laos, accompanied by assists, the clerk of the Tua Alliance's consul, and Izum, the leader of the Mountain Scouts. They brought the contract to sign with Avenogis, and at the same time confirmed that the person who signed the contract was Avenogis himself. Then, they further discussed the matter of seizing Nudum and Laos. At the same time, the senior officers of the Tua Alliance discussed how to attack Nudum's city map left behind by Arabuma and began to secretly mobilize for war. Although, as Arabuma said, there were only about 1,000 warriors in Nudum, the Devers decided to use the strategy of lions hunting rabbits to be on the safe side. Other than the 1st Battalion, which stayed behind to guard the Tua Alliance, the 2nd, 3rd, and 7th Battalions totaled 3,000 people, carrying 5 days' worth of rations, and prepared to attack Nudum. In addition, the Devers also prepared a banquet for 2 people. "Chief Vespa, please take a seat." "Consul, you're too kind. I'm no longer the chief of the tribe, but a captive of the Tua Alliance," Vespa said calmly. "That's only temporary. When you become a citizen of the Tua Alliance, you'll still be the chief of this tribe." The Devers sounded like they were comforting him, but it also sounded like they were making a promise. Vespa's heart skipped a beat. The Devers then said to Bagul, who was a little restrained, "Hee, the most famous football running back in the military camp. Repairing the road made you stronger, didn't it, Andrea? Andrea, who was following behind Crystal, blushed and lowered her head without saying a word. Consul. Bagul scratched his head and forced out the words with a smile. Sit down. Sit down. The Devers invited the guest to sit down and said loudly, There are no outsiders here today. Chief Vespa, Bagul, you're both my old friends. You all know my wife, Kristoya. Kristoya nodded and smiled at the two. I don't think I need to introduce this one. The Devers pointed at Andrea and said with a smile, I'm still waiting to attend your wedding. Andrea and Bagul both blushed. Vespa looked a little helpless. Although he did not like the idea of Bagul marrying a Greek woman would be a great help to the tribe under the current circumstances. That's why we don't care about etiquette today. We can sit however we want and eat however we want. I prepared some new food that I haven't introduced to the restaurant yet. You'll be the first to taste it. I hope you like it. The Devers' words aroused everyone's curiosity. Even Vespa, who didn't go out much, knew that Crystal's restaurant was very famous in the Alliance. The Devers took the lead and set an example by moving a wooden chair to the dining table instead of lying on the recliner. The Devers had long been dissatisfied with the Greek style of sitting at a banquet. It was completely bad for digestion and health. The Devers let Crystal and Andrea attend the banquet, which was against Greek tradition. However, in the garden of Vespa and Bagul, they felt that the Devers were generous and didn't treat them as outsiders. The slaves first brought some fruits and snacks to everyone's table, followed by a jar of wine and a jar of golden liquid. Bagul curiously took a sip, and suddenly a chill went straight to the bottom of his heart. He couldn't help but ask, What is this? It's delicious. The beer that the Egyptians drink, Andrea explained to her lover. Andrea used what she had learned and explained to her lover. According to Sir's request, after the slaves carefully brewed the wine, it will taste even better. Well, it's better than soft wine. This is the wine that men drink. Bagul took another big gulp and loudly commented. Vespa, influenced by his son, took a sip and then drank a few more gulps in silence. Seeing this, the Devers and Crystal looked at each other and smiled. How can we drink beer without good food? Kristoya immediately motioned to Asuna. Asuna ordered the slaves to bring a metal object that was as tall as the wooden table. On top of it was a jar filled with water and some spices. The slaves began to light the wood and put it into the metal cavity under the jar. Vespa and the others looked on curiously, and the slaves brought 2 plates of food to each person. This is lamb? Vespa looked at the red and white slices of meat on the plate and said uncertainly, This is lamb. This is beef. The Devers pointed at them and said, I call this beef and mutton shabu. As they spoke, the water in the jar began to boil. The Devers took a piece of beef and put it into the jar. The beef rolled in the boiling water and quickly turned white. The Devers scooped it up with a wooden spoon and put it into a wooden plate filled with dipping sauce. After dipping it a few times, they picked it up and put it into their mouths, looking intoxicated. Vespa and the others followed suit. After eating, they were all amazed. Bagul even said, I've never eaten such delicious beef before. How did you make it? Skin the slaughtered goats, remove the bones, and remove the blood. Then place them in the cellar. Then send people to the mountains to collect a large amount of ice and place them in the cellar. Seal it and turn it into an ice cellar. After a day, take out the frozen beef and mutton. Then, use a knife to cut them into thin and crispy slices. Put them into boiling water, and they will be cooked. Divers explained patiently. Then what is this? Bagul pointed at the small plate in front of him and asked, That's the dipping sauce. It's used to adjust the taste of the beef and mutton. This dipping sauce should be made with shrimp, shellfish, and seaweed. After fermenting, you add some spices from India. As for how to make it, you'll have to ask my chef. This food looks simple, but I didn't expect it to be so troublesome. Bagul sighed. He had already given up on trying to make it at home. Chapter 166. It will definitely be very popular. Andrea covered her mouth with her hand in embarrassment. After swallowing the delicious mutton, she praised sincerely. At the same time, she also gave her own opinion. But the cooking of this dish requires people to constantly add firewood, and it's more troublesome to heat the fire. Andrea, you're right. Therefore, to eat such a table of hot beef and mutton, there needs to be professional service at the side, and our fee will be higher. And not only can it be used to heat beef and mutton, but it can also be used to heat other things, Christoya explained as she gestured to the slaves standing at the side. The slaves immediately served the cut tripe, the veins of the sheep, seaweed, and so on. After everyone tasted it, they all thought that it tasted good. At this time, the Devers said to Wespa and Bagul, "Look, after slaughtering a sheep, the fur can be made into clothes to keep out the cold. The bones can be used to make soup. The meat can be eaten. The intestines can be made into sausages and other purposes, and the other organs can be made into delicacies. Almost the whole body of the cattle and sheep can be sold for money. And with our full promotion, the Greeks will gradually like eating beef and mutton. The Greeks, like the people of Rome, eat grains as their staple food, and the Lucanians are the best at herding. So the Lucanian cattle and sheep are famous throughout Greece. In the future, the Lucanian cattle will be welcomed by the citizens of the Tua Union, and the Lucanians will live a better life." Wespa and Bagul did not expect that the Devers would get involved in the lives of the Lucanians through this meal. They were both surprised and emotional that the archon of a Greek city-state would think about how to make the lives of the Lucanians better. For a moment, they did not know what to say. At this time, the Devers raised his glass. "Come, let's continue drinking." Eating novel dishes and drinking novel beer, with two beautiful women to lighten the atmosphere, for Wespa and the others, the banquet was naturally very enjoyable. After the meal, there were only 3 men left in the living room. Way SBA took advantage of the fact that he was tipsy and asked, "Sir Administrator, what did you mean when you said that I can still be the leader of the tribe? After you've completed your labor and become citizens of the Tua Alliance, I'll invite you to become a member of the Senate. You'll be able to make suggestions for the Lucarians living in the Tua Alliance and protect their interests. Isn't that equivalent to being the leader of a tribe?" The Devers explained. Wespa was tempted. After being held captive in Amendola for almost half a year, he understood that the Devers really wanted to keep the Lucanians. Otherwise, he would not have tried so hard to reduce the Lucanians' labor period. Most of the youths in the tribe wanted to become citizens of the Tua Alliance and enjoy the luxurious life that they could only dream of in the mountains. However, as the chief of the tribe, he had some misgivings. Now, the Devers had given him a promise. Thus, Wespa continued to speak under the influence of the alcohol. "According to your rules, I'm afraid it'll take 4 to 5 years for my people to become your citizens. That's a little too long," Wespa said with some dissatisfaction. After all, he was not young anymore. Every year was a year. According to the immigration law of the Tua Alliance, it will indeed take 4 to 5 years for you to complete your labor, apply to become a probationary citizen, and then become an official citizen. However, there's a special mission. If your tribe is willing to participate, I'll apply to the Senate to turn all the men in your tribe into official Turii citizens. Not only can you become an elder of the Senate, but I'd also like to recommend Bagul to become a member of the Senate." The Devers' words were shocking. Bagul became excited when he heard that. Wespa was excited too, but he was much more experienced than Bagul. The fact that the Devers could give them such favorable conditions meant that the mission was not simple. "What's the mission?" he asked cautiously. The Devers looked at the two of them and said word by word, "The Avanogis leader of Laos has formed an alliance with the Tua Alliance. They're ready to help us take back Nudum." Both of them were shocked when they heard that. Then, they fell into silence. The Tua Alliance was ready to declare war on the Lucanians. It was not a problem for Wespa and Bagul to help the Tua Alliance fight the Greeks. However, it was a little hard for them to kill their own people. Although the Lucanian tribes often fought with each other and massacres were not uncommon, the Devers knew what they were worried about. Seeing that the two of them did not object, the Devers could guess what they were worried about. So he continued, "From now on, the Lucanians under the rule of the Tua Alliance will enjoy the same rights and obligations as citizens of the Alliance, just like the Greeks. You can continue to maintain your cultural traditions and customs. The alliance will not only not interfere, but will also protect you. Wespa was touched when he heard that. He quickly asked, "We can continue to worship the God we worship. Not only can you continue to worship, but you can also build altars and temples for your God." "I've heard of it. You Lacanians have an important festival called, Bullfighting Festival." Bullfighting Festival, a celebration of two bulls fighting each other to celebrate and bless the prosperity of livestock, Bagul interrupted. "After joining the Tua alliance, you can continue to hold it. Make it grander, and let us Greeks participate too," the Devers said excitedly. "Archon, is what you're saying true?" Wespa was visibly moved. "I can swear on the name of Hades," the Devers said solemnly with his palms facing the sky. Wespa and Bagul were finally convinced by the Devers' generosity. Since the culture, customs, and religion of the Lacanians would not be changed, it was equivalent to the Tua Alliance's Senate and the Devers becoming the leaders of the Lacanian tribes. If Lucania could be unified, it would reduce the conflicts and killings, and give the Lacanians peace. Wespa found an honorable reason for his compromise. After a brief discussion with Bagul, he immediately expressed his willingness to join the Tua Alliance's army and take part in the operation to take Nudum. The next day, the Tua Alliance called for another emergency meeting of the Senate. Since the Turii Senate's hall had yet to be repaired, the meeting was held in the same location as the last one, in Armindalara for the sake of secrecy. Therefore, Sarikos and the coachman brought the honorable senators to Armindalara early in the morning. There were two topics of discussion in the meeting. One was that the Assists had brought back the treaty signed by Avanogus, and the war against Lucania was about to begin. The other topic was to make Wespa's tribe citizens of the Tua Alliance. Although many foreigners had become citizens or prospective citizens according to the Immigration Act, the most typical example being Marigi, who was sitting in a meeting room, many senators, especially the Turii senators, found it hard to accept such a large number of Lacanians who had brought great harm to both Turii and Armindalara as citizens of the Tua Alliance. Many of them objected, with Polixus's words being the most unpleasant. He protested loudly. "The Archon's actions have severely hurt the feelings of the Amendalarans and Turii. He wants to turn the civilized city of the Greeks into a barbaric and filthy stronghold of the Lacanians, and turn the people who have just survived the Lacanian war back into their slaves." Even Scombras and Strompoli, who had gradually begun to accept and support the Devers, joined the ranks of the opposition. Antonios, Capys, Alexis, and the others all stood up and supported the Devers' decision. They believed that the Lucanians, like the Greeks, loved life and were civilized and polite. They even built the road and helped the Tua Alliance defeat the Crotone. They truly wanted to serve the Alliance. Polixus immediately retorted, "This is just an expedient measure by the cunning Lacanians to regain their freedom. In short, you outsiders will never understand our pain." Polixus's words angered the senators of the mercenary army. The debate in the meeting room became even more intense, to the extent that they were even cursing each other. The rotating chairman, Raphael, rang the bronze bell several times to stop the quarrel, but no one paid any attention to him. The Devers had no choice but to stand up and shout, "Please be quiet. Otherwise, please leave." The meeting room quickly returned to silence. Polixus still wanted to say something, but he saw the Devers' sharp eyes piercing him like knives, and he immediately lowered his head in fear. The Devers looked around at the crowd and said loudly, "Since everyone thinks that forming an alliance with Avanogus and seizing Nudum will be of great benefit to stabilizing the west of the alliance and preventing the Lacanian invasion, then let us temporarily put aside our emotions and other reasons and seriously consider this problem. After seizing Nudum, how are we going to govern it?" The Devers paused for a moment, and without waiting for the others to answer, he continued, "According to what you just said, in order to stabilize Nudum, we can only kill all the Lacanians in the city, or turn them all into slaves and migrate to Turii, and then migrate our people over, right? This was the traditional practice of the Greeks during the era of colonization, and the senators who opposed before had no objection. First of all, Nudum is a mountain city, and it is located in the mountains. There is not much arable land, so we can only rely on grazing. If we let the Greeks, who love the sea, migrate to a mountain city surrounded by mountains and not rich in land, I can't be sure how many people would be willing to go. I believe you can give me an accurate answer. Chapter 167. Cunegurta, Cornelius, and the other wise elders stood by and watched. The others did not step forward to answer. The Devers continued. Then look at the north of Nudum. It's all Lacanian territory, and there are several large towns, Gramintum, Pixis, Potentia, and Galaguso. It's said that they have a total population of more than 100,000, several times our population. Although they are still fighting each other, when the Greeks occupy their traditional territory and threaten their own safety, will they unite and oppose us? Even if we defeat them, as long as they burrow into the mountains, there's nothing we can do, and it will only make the Lacanians hate us even more. They are familiar with every mountain and every river there. They will change their tactics and quietly attack our citizens who farm and graze, as well as our supplies and caravans. Nudum's output can't support a large population. There are few of us there, and the Lacanians are many. We can't conquer them, and they will devour us. What should we do? The Devers saw that someone wanted to say something, but stopped. He sneered and said, "Some people might say, isn't there Laos? They will help us." Yes, Laos is our ally. But when we, the leader of the alliance, ask them for military and material support again and again, it might be okay at the beginning, but after a long time, do you think Laos will look down on our strength and have other thoughts? Don't forget that Avenogis is not a pure Greek, and he has never cooperated with the Greeks before. We can't pin our hopes on him to always stick to the alliance. The Devers paused for a moment to give everyone time to think, then continued. Therefore, we can only continue to send food and soldiers from Turii and Amendola to Nudum. Not to mention that the mountain roads are difficult to traverse and the huge consumption of war. Do you think it's meaningful to continuously invest and consume the precious manpower and material resources of the Tua alliance on a city that can't get any benefits? Besides, we have a powerful Crotone by our side, ready to take revenge at any time. Then why are we attacking Nudum and provoking the Lacanians? Buckos began to back down after hearing the Devers' words. Everyone here should have a deep impression that the Lacanians have invaded Tuli many times, right? Although they suffered a defeat this time, they still have a large population. If we don't attack and weaken them, they will definitely invade us again when they recover their strength. Of course, we hope to keep them out of the Alliance's territory. We don't want the flames of war to spread to our own land and destroy our hard-working farmlands and houses. Alexis stood up and replied, "Can we use the Lacarians to help us stabilize Nudum and solve the problem that the consul mentioned?" Scombros stood up and asked at this moment. The Devers revealed a slight smile. First of all, Vespa and the others are Lacanians. After defeating Nudum, it will help us stabilize the mood of the people in the city. There are rich and poor among the Lacanians, and we will capture the stubborn rich and the warriors and make them slaves. We will distribute the cattle and sheep we have captured to the poor, and we will put a mixed band of Greeks and Lacanians in charge of the city. At the same time, there are strong and weak tribes in the Lacanian tribal alliance. Some tribes are like Vespa, unwilling to join the city, but because of the war, they wandered around and found it difficult to survive. We can open a market on the border of Nudum and use our pots, iron products, and other goods to attract the poor tribes to come and trade them for cattle, sheep, furs, game, and so on. We can also give them help when necessary. After a long time, they will be happy to be close to us. In this way, we not only promote our trade and solve the problem of food for the soldiers stationed there, but also weaken the Lacanians. You must ask me, why do the Lacanians believe in us Greeks and are willing to get close to us? The Devers said loudly, because Vespa, Bagul, and the others are there, and they are involved in the management of every matter. In the eyes of the Lacanians, Bagul and the others still worship the Lacanian gods, maintain the traditional customs of the Lacanians, and are still true Lacanians. But they are citizens of the Tua Union, wearing gorgeous clothes, drinking good wine, living in comfortable houses. Their way of life will definitely arouse the envy of the Lacanians, and eventually, other Lacanians will be willing to join our union. But if we put Bagul and the other Lacanians, who have only been in the union for half a year, back to the land they are familiar with, what if they betray us? Strone asked. If we give them citizenship, give Vespa, Bagul, and the others the status of Senate senators, we will treat them like our own people and let them live in a civilization far beyond the reach of the Lacanians. This is a brilliant and glorious culture created by our ancestors with generations of hard work and wisdom. I firmly believe that they will be assimilated by us, and not us being assimilated by them, who are ignorant and backward. Of course, there is a small possibility of betrayal, but I think this risk is worth taking, because if we fail, we will only lose more than 1,000 slaves and delay the plan to attack Lucania. But if we succeed, we will gain the vast land of Lucania and a population of more than 100,000. With this, do we still have to worry about Crotone? No, Crotone is just a small stone on the path of our union. We can easily kick him away, and what awaits us will be a wider world. The Devers' passionate speech at the end made the senators excited, and they began to whisper excitedly to each other. The Devers took the opportunity to announce that the meeting was temporarily adjourned. Then he looked for the two city governors, Cunigarata and Cornelis, hoping that they would take the lead in supporting his proposal. I listened carefully to your plan to stabilize Nudum with Vespa, Bagul, and the rest of the Lacanians. I think it is worth a try. Cornelis put aside his personal feelings and said in agreement. Master Devers, the situation you mentioned earlier is really that dangerous and difficult without the help of Vespa and the rest of the Lacanians? Cunigarata asked doubtfully. Always think the worst, so you can work for the best, the Devers replied. Cunigarata thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Once again, the Senate senators, under the guidance of Cunigarata and Cornelis, mostly agreed, and the Devers' proposal was passed. Let Bagul lead nearly 1,000 Lacanian warriors into the army, and after capturing Nudum, all of them would be granted citizenship of the Union, and Vespa and Bagul would enter the Senate. A few senators, led by Polixus, lamented, "This is an unprecedented shame for the Greek city-states. The sacred hall will be tainted by the dirty breath of the natives." But most of the senators ignored their nagging, still looking forward to the huge benefits that they were about to obtain from Lucania. As soon as Felicius stepped into the house, he heard that the courtyard was very lively. The courtyard that was originally assigned to Felicius, his wife, Delia, planned to plant some apple and fig trees in the atrium. Felicius had no objections, but his adopted son, Melishanda, objected. He wanted to transform the atrium into a training ground, so that he could train his body and combat skills at any time. In the end, his wife, who loved her son dearly, agreed. As soon as he heard this sound, Felicius knew that Melishanda was looking for someone to practice with again. He walked along the corridor, and when he got closer, he saw that Melishanda's opponent was his good friend, Arsenes. It was obvious that the young man from Amendola was here because of tomorrow's expedition. Felicius remembered the appointment given to him by the Devers today, and he could not help but feel nervous. He never thought that the Devers would let him be the commander of this expedition to Nudum. One had to know that since he became a mercenary, the number of times he commanded a battle alone could be counted on one hand, and under the dazzling halo of the Devers, he felt even more pressure. He leaned against the pillar, thinking about something while watching the fight between the two young men on the field. "You're back." The gentle voice of his wife, Delia, sounded behind him. "This is the milk I just brewed today. I added some dates, so it should be sweeter. You can quench your thirst first." Felicius was holding a cup of warm syrup in his hand, because it was almost the beginning of winter. Delia said with a smile, "I've made your favorite grilled codfish for dinner today. I've also stewed mutton, boiled oatmeal, and bread. Since Arsenes will be staying at home tonight, dinner is more sumptuous than usual." Felicius took a sip of the milk and said, "It's rare for our house to have a guest. It's good to have some liveliness." Delia was busy preparing dinner in the kitchen, and at the same time, she instructed the female slaves to set the table. Felicius looked at her busy back and could not help but sigh in his heart that his choice was correct. Although Delia was a little old, she was a diligent and virtuous Greek woman who arranged everything in the house in an orderly manner. The training on the field finally ended, and Melishanda still refused to admit defeat. Arsenes, you only defeated me because you're 2 years older than me and stronger than me. When I'm an adult, I won't lose to you again. Chapter 168. Arsenes saw Felicius outside the courtyard and greeted him respectfully. Master Felicius, we're at home. You can call me Uncle. Felicius said kindly. Uncle Felicius. Arsenes greeted him obediently. Father, Melisande whispered. Compared to before, he could already call him father, but he was still not used to it. Felicius did not care about this. He comforted Melisande. Child, I saw your battle with Arsenes just now. Your strength and speed are not inferior to your good friends, but you still lack experience, especially on the battlefield. You'll understand after a few battles. But I can only go to the battlefield when I'm 18. Father, why don't you talk to Master Devers? Melisande said eagerly. Haven't you tried several times already? Master Devers values military law very much. He won't take the lead and set a precedent for you. Felicius said solemnly. Melisande punched the pillar in frustration. Felicius ignored him and turned to Arsenes. We're going to battle tomorrow. Are you ready? Uncle, I can't wait to defeat the Lacanians and occupy their town under the command of Master Devers. Arsenes said excitedly. Felicius looked at him with a faint smile and said, Tomorrow, Master Devers will not lead the army to battle. He has to stay in Turii and deal with the Alliance's affairs. At the same time, he will be on guard against the Crotone. Then who will lead us to attack Nudum tomorrow? Arsenes asked anxiously. Felicius smiled. Uncle, it's you. Arsenes exclaimed. Is it true? Father, you're the commander of the army. Melisande looked surprised. He shouted father so loudly. At that moment, Felicius was filled with pride. The nervousness in his heart was swept away. He would win the battle and make his children proud of him. On the third day, when most of the Alliance's people were still asleep, the 2nd, 3rd, and 7th Brigades, about 4,000 people in total, were ready to go outside the northern city of Turii. As the founder of this army, the Devers did not personally command the battle for the first time. It was also the first time the soldiers would fight without the Devers' command. Both sides were more or less uneasy. Therefore, the Devers rode to inspect all the soldiers. Every time he passed a division, he glanced at the soldiers with trust and told them, Brothers, I await the news of your victory. When you return, the Arch of Triumph in Turii should have been built. I will hold a triumphal ceremony for you and make the people of the Alliance proud. Because there was a rule in advance, the soldiers could not cheer loudly, but their morale was high and their fighting spirit had been ignited. The officers of the 1st Brigade also came to see them off. Their way of seeing them off was different from the Devers. They made all kinds of jokes to the officers of Drax, Cesta, Hieronymus, Eptines, and the others. The gist of it was, if it wasn't for our brigade shouldering the heavy responsibility of defending the Alliance, you wouldn't have had the chance to capture Nudum. I heard that there will be a triumphal ceremony for you. Damn it, you're really lucky. If you don't fight this battle well, you'll be letting down the commander and the courtesy of the 1st Brigade. You might as well not come back. There was a strong sense of jealousy in their words, but it also aroused the competitive spirit of Drax, Hieronymus, Eptines, and the other officers. Finally, the Devers came to the front of the Lucaria Brigade. He did not say much. First, he solemnly saluted, then said loudly, Congratulations, brothers of Lucania. You are about to become citizens of the Tua Alliance. From today onwards, we are a family. The Lucaria warriors had been playing football with the Alliance soldiers for the past few months. Later on the training day, divers even allowed them to stop repairing the road and participate in the military training, so they could perform the Alliance military salute in unison. Seeing this scene, the Devers was very happy. He took a new flag from the guard captain, Marcius, and then raised it high to show it to the Lucaria warriors. It was a beautiful flag. It was also a bronze statue of Grim Reaper and a bright red flag, but the words embroidered on it were different. The red star below represented that the team had participated in the battle against the Crotone and won. Most of the Lucaria soldiers had begun to learn to speak Greek, but they could not read Greek yet. However, this flag that belonged to them was no different from other flags, and it made them happy. And Bagul saw the words on the flag. 4th Brigade of the 1st Legion. They were really a family. Bagul took the flag excitedly and said, "Rest assured, Legion Commander. The 4th Brigade will complete the mission successfully and guide the Lacanians to join our alliance." Good. The Devers turned his anticipation into a fist and hammered Bagul's chest. After leaving the team, the Devers went to the commander of this military operation, Felicius. "Everything is in your hands." Felicius suppressed the nervousness in his heart and responded with a strong military salute. "Rest assured, Legion Commander. Let's go." The Devers nodded. Under the guidance of the Hades Legion's flag, the team quietly moved west. The Devers stared at the team that was moving forward like a long dragon and stood there for a long time. Some of the citizens and slaves who had woken up early to farm in the western part of Turii were so surprised that they forgot to work when they saw the Alliance army advancing on the road beside the fields. Of course, the Tua Alliance's military operation did not escape the eyes of those who were observant. Since Crotone had suffered a great loss due to Amandalara's sneak attack, they sent a few landless citizens to infiltrate the port of Turii to gather intelligence in order to keep track of the Tua Alliance's movements. Tratus was one of them. 2 days ago, the elders of the Tua Alliance frequently went to Amandalara for meetings, which caught his attention. His intuition told him that something big was happening in the Tua Alliance, so he paid close attention to the city of Turii. Coincidentally, he discovered that the Turii army was moving out today. He crouched in the bushes and confirmed the approximate number of troops before pretending to be leisurely and slowly walking toward the port. What he did not know was that someone was watching him not far behind. Of course, he did not know that his decision to sow discord between the Turii, Amandalara, and former mercenaries in the Tua Alliance had alerted the Devers and exposed himself. "Big brother, this man is gathering important information about our alliance. We should go and capture him immediately, lest he divulge the fact that we are sending troops to war." "No, brother, the assists told us to not alarm them first. We should go and tell the assists first." When the two of them rushed back to the city and arrived at the assist's residence, they were told by the slave who opened the door that the assist was not there. He was once again the adjutant of the 4th Brigade and was already on the expedition. The two of them were stunned. The person in charge of them was not here. What should they do? At that moment, the slave of the assists asked, "Is there someone among you called Aristyrus?" "That's me," one of them replied. The slave looked at him curiously and said, "The goddess of fortune has favored you. Master wants you to see the Devers directly if you need anything." The two of them were very excited. Without hesitation, they went to the Devers' residence and were easily received by the Devers. After listening to the two's report, the Devers were not surprised. Instead, they looked at them with interest. The short one looked a little nervous and a little anxious, while the tall and skinny one was much calmer. The Devers were looking at him, and he was also looking at the Devers. "Do you know why I didn't capture this spy from the Crotone?" the Devers suddenly asked. The short one did not know what to say, but the tall and skinny one said calmly, "I believe that the Lord must have his own plan. This spy may be of some use, and the Lord is not afraid that the Crotone will know that we are sending troops." The Devers' eyes lit up. He looked at him and said, "Your name is Aristyrus?" "Yes, Lord." The tall and skinny one nodded. The Devers turned to the other person. "Your name is Antroporus?" "Yes, yes, Antroporus is me." The short one replied excitedly, "Thank you very much for your efforts for the city. The assists once introduced you to me in detail. He said, 'You are brothers from Cadenai of Sicily. You have now applied to become a probationary citizen of the Tua Alliance. The assists also specifically mentioned you, Aristyrus. He said that you used your wisdom to quickly find this spy from the Crotone. You did a good job. The Devers praised. Hearing the praises from the lifetime consul of the Tua Alliance, military genius, and God-favored Devers, even the calm Aristyras showed a hint of pride. You are well-educated? The Devers asked again. Yes. Our family in Kadani was relatively wealthy. When we were young, our parents hired private tutors for us. Aristyra's calm words were mixed with some pain. Not only did the evil Dionysius attack Kadani, but he also enslaved most of the people who did not escape. A small portion was forcibly moved to Syracuse City, allowing the bandits in Syracuse to occupy our land. Anthroporus said angrily. Chapter 169. Of course. Otherwise, we wouldn't have found him so easily, Anthroporus answered first. Aristyras, on the other hand, was thinking about the meaning of Devers's words. Devers glanced at him and said seriously, "This Crotone man is just not good enough. A good spy can not only collect information accurately and in time, but also distinguish the authenticity of the information. In times of war, they can create chaos within the enemy, alienate the enemy, undermine unity, destroy the enemy's walls, shipyards, arsenals, and other valuable facilities, and provide the greatest help for the city-state to win a head-on battle. They will be the secret soldiers of our Tua Alliance." Seeing the two of them in deep thought, Devers said in a deep voice, "Aristyras, are you willing to be in charge of such an organization for me, collect information, and cultivate such an outstanding secret team to help the Alliance?" The sudden invitation surprised the two of them. Anthroporus elbowed his brother excitedly, and Aristyras was also a little excited, but he could still keep calm. He said hesitantly, "But Assist," Devers nodded secretly. "Assist has other important tasks to complete and is no longer in charge of this organization." "I'm willing to work for you, sir," Aristyras replied straightforwardly. Half a day later, Crotone's chief general, Myron, received information from Spy. Early in the morning, about 4,000 troops of the Tua Alliance left the city of Turii and marched west. Myron fell into deep thought. From the location of Turii, there was only one force heading west, the Lacanians. Was the Turii going to war with the Lacanians again? Was it Laos or Nudum? Myron suddenly became a little excited. Because Lucania municipality was far away from Crotone, and there were several forces in between, he did not know much about them and had little contact with them. However, the Lacanians were a powerful indigenous force that even the rich and powerful Greek city-state alliance in the north, the Campanian alliance, did not dare to provoke. The Tua alliance had only defeated the Lacanian alliance once before. Did they really think they could create another miracle with just 4,000 men? Even if they succeeded, were they not afraid of triggering another war with the entire Lacanian people? Would the Tua alliance, which was still in the midst of rebuilding, be able to sustain such a continuous depletion? Perhaps the young consul had been blinded by his previous victory. A few thoughts flashed through Myron's mind, and he suddenly felt like watching a good show. Perhaps the Crotone would declare war again before the peace treaty expired, and the Lucarians would set foot on the land of Turin again. The Crotone should be prepared for this. At the same time that Myron received the intelligence, the troops of the Tua alliance had already arrived at the entrance to the Lucania Pass. The alliance had set up a simple sentry post here, with 3 sentries stationed in shifts every day. If anything happened, they would immediately light a beacon to inform the tourists to prepare for battle. Wizam had already led a small scouting team to scout ahead to see if there were any abnormalities along the narrow path. The main force began to enter the mountain path. At its widest point, the narrow mountain path could only accommodate 4 people walking side by side. On both sides were steep ridges and towering trees. Not only was the path narrow, but it was also rugged. It was all uphill, and the ground was covered in gravel. If one was not careful, they would slip and get scratched all over their body. There was once a soldier's cold joke that spread throughout the army. If the enemy pushed down a round boulder in front of them, it would continue to roll down the mountain path until the entire Tua alliance was wiped out. Autumn in Great Greece was still relatively hot in October. Snakes and insects were still active in the mountains, and wolves could be seen from time to time in the mountains. The soldiers trudged through the mountain path while carrying rations, weapons, and equipment that weighed nearly 25 kilograms. Everyone was sweating profusely and exhausted, but no one dared to fall behind. If they did, there was a high chance that they would fall and get injured or attacked by wild beasts without help. At night, they could not build a camp according to military rules, so they could only sleep on the mountain path. However, standing guard was a must. Listening to the howls of various beasts in the mountains and looking at the flashing green lights in the darkness. Even with countless teammates lying next to the sentries, they could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. For the resting soldiers, the biggest difficulty of sleeping in the mountains at night was the weather. At the end of autumn, the temperature in the mountains suddenly became cold. Although the soldiers were prepared and had brought sheepskins to sleep in, and there were bonfires lit every 10 meters in the middle of the soldiers, it was still a little cold. When they woke up in the morning, some soldiers would scream because something had appeared beside them. Bobcats, hedgehogs, badgers, and most terrifying of all, poisonous snakes. Several soldiers were bitten as a result. Most of the soldiers only had one thought in their minds: get out of the mountain path quickly and capture Newton. After 2 nights, the team began to go downhill. With Bagul's reminder, Felicius knew that they were more than halfway through the mountain path, so he ordered the troops to slow down. Yzam's team had already crossed the mountains and reached the exit of the mountain path. He let most of his men continue to monitor the peripheral movements and protect the expedition troops, while he took advantage of the night to avoid the detection of the mountain path checkpoints and rushed to Laos overnight to inform Avenogis. The great leader of the city of Laos, Tula, was in a good mood these days because Avenogis had finally agreed to move his people to Newton, and he had been preparing for the move for the past few days. Early the next morning, he received a report from his men that Avenogis was preparing to move his people to Newton in batches, and now the first batch of pack caravans had left the city and were heading to Newton. Tula laughed out loud. Avenogis, Avenogis, aren't you usually a very smart person? How can you be so stupid at this time? If your entire tribe left together, Lamu and the others wouldn't dare to forcefully divide and devour your tribe. If you go in batches, wouldn't it be just right for them to swallow you up? But that's great. We don't have to worry about the problem of Laos's bastards anymore. Thinking of the days he endured because he was afraid that Avenogis would cause a riot a few days ago, Tula let out a long sigh of relief. The days of fear were finally over. Feeling much more relaxed, he immediately asked his servant to bring over a beautiful Greek slave girl that his men had offered a few days ago, and he had a good time. Arabuma led the pack to the exit of the narrow road. There was originally no sentry post here, but last year, the Taurus army invaded Laos. Although the Lacanians won in the end, it made the Lacanians feel the need to set up a sentry post. This exit was located between Laos and Newton. Since Laos was affiliated to Newton, this sentry post was under Newton's control. As a result, it became a place where Newton's warriors blackmailed merchants from Laos who went to Newton to do business. In the morning, when the sentries saw the huge pack coming from the south, their first thought was to get more money, even if the pack belonged to the famous leader of Laos, Avenogis. Leading the pack, Arabuma agreed to the sentry's unreasonable demand for money. After leading the pack into the sentry post, he suddenly launched an attack and easily took care of the 10 greedy Newton warriors. Then, Yzam, who was hiding in the pack, immediately ran into the narrow road. An hour later, the Tua Alliance army immediately rushed out to meet up with Arabuma. Among them, the 4th group, the Lucanian group, took off their armor and weapons, stuffed them into the pack wagons, then changed into the tattered leather robes that they had prepared beforehand and scattered into the camel team, while the other 3 groups followed far behind. When Arabuma saw Bagul coming up, he was still a little stunned. I heard Yzam say that the Tua Alliance has an army made up of Lacanians, but I didn't expect there to be so many of them. He spoke in Lacanian. Bagul grinned and said in Greek, Asanu bless us with a smooth cooperation. Oh, smooth. Arabuma was still in a daze when he was embraced by Bagul. The man sent by Tula to follow the pack to see if Arabuma had successfully entered Nudum was suspicious when he saw the pack stop at the sentry post for a long time. When he saw countless Greeks in armor appear, he was instantly shocked. Avenogis has betrayed us. He's colluding with the Greeks. He immediately returned to Laos like a frightened rabbit. However, Avenogis, who knew Tula very well, was already prepared. Before Tula's man could return to Laos, Avenogis' bodyguards, who were hiding on both sides of the road and monitoring the situation, swarmed and captured him. Monet heard a report from his man. There's dust flying in the south. I'm afraid a large army is coming. Then it must be Avenogis with his people. He immediately made a judgment. In the past few days, Avenogis had sent people to inform them that they were ready to move. He had also sent his younger brother, Arabuma, to Nudum several times to repeatedly confirm the place where his people would live, graze, and work, and made many requests. Not only did the whole city know about it, but it also gave Lamu and the other leaders a headache. However, since Avenogis was so serious, it was obvious that he could not resist the pressure of the two cities and was finally moving. In the end, after a discussion, the leaders of Nudum decided to agree to Avenogis' request first. Once they entered Nudum, it would no longer be up to him to decide. Now, everyone was in urgent need of warriors and strong labor, and they all had their eyes on Avenogis' tribe, which was a big fat piece of meat. Chapter 170. Soon, when the group arrived at the city, a man walked out of the group and came to the city gate. He shouted, "Open the gate! Open the gate!" Monet recognized that it was Arabuma. He quickly poked his head out from behind the wooden wall. "Leader Arabuma, why don't I see Leader Arabuma? My brother wants me to settle the elderly, women, and children down before he can come over. Damn that Laos bastard, he's quite cautious." Monet cursed in his heart. He then smiled and said, "Let your people camp outside first. I'll go inform Leader Ram." "What? You want us to camp in the wild?" Arabuma roared angrily. "We've been walking for half a day. The elderly and children can't take it anymore. Let's go in and rest. Leader Arabuma, there are too many of you. If all of you come in at once, the order of the city will be disrupted. Please wait for a while." Monet cursed in his heart, but he patiently persuaded. "What? We have more people. Didn't you ask us to move here? Now you think we have too many people? Good, good. This is how Nudum treats us." Arabuma cursed. He then turned around and shouted to the others, "Come, let's go back." Monet panicked when he heard that. It was not easy for the leaders to get Arabuma's tribe to move here. If they went back, because of him, his good days would probably be over. "Wait, Leader Arabuma. I'll open the gate and let you in immediately. But please maintain order. Don't make it too chaotic," Monet hurriedly shouted. Arabuma immediately turned around and smiled. "Okay, thank you for taking care of our tribe. I'll give you 5 sheep as a thank you gift." The Lacanians were very direct with their bribes. Monet had no more worries. He shouted, "Open the gate." At the same time, he told his men, "Inform Leader Ram immediately. Tell him that Arabuma has brought his people here." Then, Monet brought his men to the city gate to receive Arabuma's gift. Arabuma asked his men to drive away the cattle and sheep to prevent them from blocking the city gate. Then he really asked his men to catch 5 sheep and give them to Monet. Monet expressed his gratitude repeatedly. "Captain, do you want to slaughter one and let us have a good meal?" The subordinate said enviously, "Don't worry, I won't leave you out. Help me take these sheep home first." Monet kicked his subordinate and scolded. Arabuma's carts were pushed and pulled by the slaves as they passed through the city gate in an orderly manner and entered Nudum. There were also slaves carrying heavy loads among the carts. Monet looked at the gate and felt that something was wrong. He subconsciously asked Arnobumas, "Why do you have so many Lacanian slaves?" With a strange smile on his face, Arabuma pulled out his dagger and thrust it forward. It happened so suddenly that Monet had no time to dodge. He could only watch as the cold tip of the sword pierced into his chest. "Do it!" Arabuma shouted as he swung his short sword at the other guards beside Monet. The slaves immediately threw away the weights on their bodies and quickly drew their weapons from the carts. Murder! The people of Laos are rioting. The people of Nudum, who were watching from the sidelines, screamed and fled when they saw this scene. Bagul, who was at the forefront of the carts, ordered the Zuru to lead some soldiers to the wooden ladders on both sides to kill the few sentries on the city wall and take control of the city gate. He and the assists quickly gathered the other warriors of the 4th Brigade and attacked under Arabuma's lead. The other brigades who received the news of the attack immediately marched toward the city of Nudum. Lamu received a report from his subordinates that the Avinagis had moved their people here first. He could not help but be overjoyed, but he did not dare to make decisions on his own. He had to call the other chiefs to discuss how to divide the Avinagis tribe. After all, he was the weakest among the chiefs. The reason why he was elected as the chief was more complicated. After the death of the former chief Utara, the chiefs of Nudum almost fought for the position of chief. Just as war was about to break out, the chief of Laos, Tula, sent an urgent message. The Avinagis were in danger of rebellion. The chiefs all knew the importance of the Laos team to Nudum. If the Avinagis rebelled and occupied Laos, then Nudum would face the danger of food shortage. Moreover, Laos was a stone city with thick walls. It was difficult for them to take down Laos with their forces. They had to ask for help from the neighboring Gramentum. However, the situation between the Gramentum and Picassus was also tense. A war was about to break out, and they could not help Nudum in a short time. In the face of crisis, and with the mediation of the priests, they finally reached an agreement. To balance the situation, they chose Lamu, who was the weakest and did not participate in the fight for the position of chief in the first place. So the new chief had to rely on them. Great leader Ram finally waited until all the tribe leaders had gathered and were ready to start the discussion. Suddenly, one of his subordinates rushed in. "Oh no, great leader. Oh no, the enemy has entered the city." The chiefs all stood up in shock. "What's going on? Where did the enemy come from?" One of the chiefs asked. Arab has betrayed us. He's even attracted the Greeks." "What?" The panicked leaders knocked over the tables and chairs and ran out one by one. "How many enemies are there?" Lamo asked. "There are enemies everywhere, too many to count. They've already killed their way through the wolf community." The wolf tribe was the strongest tribe in the city, but it had been taken over. Lamu slumped into a wooden chair and mumbled to himself, It's over. It's over." Under the swift and fierce attacks of the Tua alliance, the scattered Nudum warriors were forced to retreat to the sacred forest. This was the place where Nudum offered sacrifices to their gods. The Tua alliance soldiers surrounded them. With Bagul's reminder, Felicius did not order an attack, but called for surrender instead. "Abanu, Sima, Ureza, are you there?" "I'm Bagul." "Abanu, Sima, Ureza, are you there?" "I'm Bagul." Bagul stood in front of the sacred forest and shouted. He repeated it several times before someone on the other side of the wall finally responded. "Bagul? You're Bagul. You're still alive." "Mountain god Asanu, bless me. Not only am I alive, I'm living well. Take your people and surrender Kfaima and the rest of the Lucarians. I promise you that no harm will come to you." Bagul's loud voice echoed in the silent sacred forest. After a while, there were sounds of fighting and screams from inside. Felicius looked at Bagul. Bagul nodded, indicating that he was fine. Soon, the sacred forest was quiet again. The door opened, and a tall young man walked out carefully. He looked around. "Sima, I'm here." Bagul strode forward. "Bagul," Sima cried out in surprise. In his eyes, Bagul was wearing a blood-stained Greek armor and holding an exquisite helmet with purple tassels in his right hand. He looked majestic. "You're a Greek." Sima hugged Bagul hesitantly. "No, I'm a citizen of the Tua Union, but I'm still a Lucanian." Bagul let go of him and corrected him. He pointed to the side and said in Greek, "Come and greet my commander, Felicius." Clearly, Kelsima understood Greek. He hesitated for a moment, but under Bagul's urging, he reluctantly came over and saluted. "What's the situation inside?" Felicius asked straightforwardly. "We've captured Lamu and the others. We are willing to surrender. Sima said in a low voice under the pressure of the fully armed Felicius. Then let them come out and surrender, Felicius ordered. Sima looked at Bagul for help. Don't worry. Tribes like yours that were forced to join Nudum will be fine. Tribes that belong to this city will have to suffer a little. Bagul promised them. Kelsima relaxed, and then blew a sharp whistle towards the sacred forest. The door opened again, and the Lacanians filed out. The Tua Union successfully took down Nudum with only minor casualties. After a noon rest, Felicius left the 2nd and 4th Brigades to stabilize the situation in Nudum at Arabs' repeated requests. He then led the 3rd and 7th Brigades south to assist Avanoges in taking down Laos. According to the new regulations of the Public Service Law, the position of the city governor could only be chosen from the Senate elders. When the Devers asked for candidates for the governor of Nudum, the original Turin and Imindran elders still held grudges against the Lacanians, and no one was willing to take up the position. Hence, they could only choose from the original mercenary elders. Felicius was the military officer of the Tua Union and had to return to Turin immediately after the battle. There was still a lot of military work to be done. The 1st Brigade stayed in Turin. The 2nd Brigade Captain Dracos, the 3rd Brigade Captain Hieronymus, and the 7th Brigade Captain Epithenes were not too interested in government affairs. The 4th Brigade Captain Bagul had just become a citizen of the Union and was a Lucanian, so it was not suitable for him to be the governor of Nudum for the time being. After some consideration, the 2nd Brigade Captain, 1st Company Captain Sesta, was the most suitable candidate. Sesta was interested in government affairs and was humble and eager to learn. During his time as the deputy chief of the Amindran Fire Department, he quickly familiarized himself with and mastered firefighting work. The fire chief, Antichris, even gave him the position.